Yes, I mean,
Yeah, no, without.
he is the man to understand that these prices are too low.
You think too low?
Yeah.
Or at least he seems to be indicating. Let's take a look at Chevron stock. Obviously, Exxon as well has moved in a very similar direction, Jim. All right, you talked
there are different prices all over the globe.
Right.
That are not.
I want to get back to now
that stock with
the fundamentals of certain businesses in the market, and your belief that perhaps I think you just said there may be an opportunity to buy. Did I hear you say that?
Well, I just think that what we saw yesterday was the first time that the president, when the market looked like it was the most ugly, and you had that night deadline, came out with something that says that we're in talks and they're constructive. And, we don't know who, right? But it's very easy to say the talks are constructive. I'm not saying that, I'm not calling him a dissembler. There's obviously talks. He can say that there are talks at any given moment. If you decide to sell the market, I think you run into him. You run into his buzzsaw. I'm not going to run into his buzzsaw.
We certainly ran into it yesterday. If you were short in any way, whether that be oil, whether it be long oil and short the market.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course, it was very interesting in oil. There was a lot of activity in the oil bit before.
There was, yes, there was, and there was some buying of S&Ps, not insignificant.
No.
Ahead of I think the Truth Social post that started it all off yesterday.
That was the kind of thing that makes you feel like you did have a chance to make money, but not in a legal fashion.
Yeah.
But I want to know, will the SEC look into that, or is it just something that the SEC says, the easy come, easy go? What do you think?
I have no idea. I have no idea whether they will look into that. But it was curious trading.
Right. I mean, look, I think that I don't want to get away from the narrative. The narrative was that the bears did come back with the second half of the session.
Yeah.
Even though interest rates went down in the second half of the session. So it was a very strange combination that made it look like that there was a rearguard action to get stocks down. I don't know why. Because if interest rates go down, you got to buy stocks. So I felt very emboldened yesterday. The market sort of sold. I do feel that the president's on your side if you're a buyer. The president's constructive. So it's very hard to be not constructive when he's constructive.
Understood. Jim, I want to come back to two of the key stories that we've been following. Of course, one of the key of the two, which is AI, which, of course, we will always follow every day in all sorts of ways. And then private credit, which is something that perhaps we're closely focused on now, but we may not be at some point. But we continue to be now because of what I've been discussing for weeks, if not months, which is this redemption cycle that many of these private credit funds are seeing, where redemptions are coming in above what is the ability or what is in the statutes, so to speak. I'm not using the correct term there, of the fund to return capital. Many of them are at a 5% return rate per quarter. In other words, if we get redemptions.
Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell. We are live streaming on Rumble and YouTube, also simulcasting in X Spaces. You can follow both versions of the live stream on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, under Broadcast Live. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Just to pipe into the comments about private credit, these ETFs that were being developed to go into private credit, they're not liquid. They're not really for retail investors. They're for long-term, maybe institutional investors that don't need to have access to their deployed capital right away, maybe a 5 or 10-year horizon. This is part of the reason why a lot of institutional investors invest in insurance companies. So, and also the long end of the yield curve, like the 20-year, 30-year. But for retail investors to get into ETFs that are wrapped with some sort of private credit, that's a disaster, because retail needs liquidity. These types of ETFs for private credit don't have liquidity. So don't get into it. All the experts are saying this, on top of it, there's no transparency. The actual value of the companies aren't marked to market. So you really don't know even how well the companies within the portfolio for the private credit are actually performing. So just stay away from them. You can make money not playing the private credit game. Just stay away from it. It's dangerous. All right. I said that right when they were starting to launch these stupid funds. These are either for institutional investors that have a long time horizon. If you're a retail investor or you're saving for your retirement, don't do it. It's not worth it. You can make a lot more money doing a lot of other portfolio type balancing things and have a lot less risk. The risk reward is just not there. Okay, with that, please help support growing this channel by sharing links and asking your social media to follow me. I have lots of ways that you can consume the content. I'm on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can follow me on GETTR, also TikTok, Substack, Buy Me a Coffee, Patreon. There's lots of ways to follow my work. Apple Podcasts, Podomatic, and I also store the audio archive under broadcast radio, so you can listen to previous shows. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. I also generate sometimes news under broadcast paper, so you can read the news. If you like the work that I do, please help support by sharing the links and asking your social media to follow me. You can also donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel or my Substack channel. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. We're going to go over the markets. I'm going to tell you my perspective of how you should position yourself to make money from the news. And I'm also, throughout the video, I'm going to show you how to improve your health. All right. So I'm going to show you how to make money based on the news, so you're not a victim. All right. And also how to slow down the aging process. Now, who does that for you? Most people that cover the news, they want to scare you to the point where there's no solution. Well, there are solutions. Don't be a victim. For example, take a look at some of the Egyptology that's out there, right? In the hieroglyphics. And you have the statue, and you see it's small, you have this big, in the picture, you have this big statue staring down on little people, all right? So this is like the pharaoh or the god, right? And you have these little people providing things to the big statue or the big god, right? How's that any different than you being at work? You have a work product that you create on paper or electronically, and you're sending it to your boss, or you're walking into their room and you're handing it to them. This analysis or this engineered product. Both in Egypt and in modern society, these are representations of you being in slavery. I'm trying to tell you how to detach and not be enslaved. So if you really pay attention, even though I say things in a hyperbolic way, if you really pay attention, I'm telling you how to plug out. And this gift that I'm giving you for free is worth more than a pound of gold.
These are too long. Right. Well, but they've already been crushed, as we all know.
Well, but David,
the stock prices have already been crushed. So the question becomes, at what point is that overdone? And there have been a number of analysts coming to their aid, trying to say it's time to buy them.
I would like to. Can you get John Gray one again saying this?
John Gray?
Please. I mentioned that because his employees are in their body, and it wasn't. Look, you know that place is for real.
Well, Blackstone had its employees step up so they could meet some of the redemptions by investing their own capital.
Make money because they think they're such
Now, not everybody can do that. Blue Owl can't do that. A number of these other firms can't do that. Blackstone is a behemoth.
Here it is at $8. Wait, me just like
it's a little below 9.
Yeah, but it's when I looked at
all right.
I was doing data center work yesterday.
You were doing data center work. Does that mean you were helping construct a data center? What kind of work were you doing there?
No, I'm buying a data center. No, I mean, I'm just saying who's
what was the work? I'm curious what the work was.
I'm doing some work that trying to understand why NVIDIA might be slowing. I'm trying to understand NVIDIA's.
What did you just say? No. You said 2 words, NVIDIA and slowing?
That's what you said to me. I took a great person. That when you said to me, Jim, maybe you're too close, whatever you said. When some genuine Wall Street gibberish you gave me. And I went and tried to figure out, okay, so where are the weak links? And then I was thinking, well, does a lot of data center work.
You did a little self-reflection. And you said, okay, maybe I need to do some work. Yeah. So what did you find out in this data center work? Anything yet or too early?
I think that, again, they're rate-based. If interest rates go up, they're rate-based. They're floating rate debt.
Meanwhile, interesting journal story today about NVIDIA, touching on a number of things that the Grok story, but the overall reliance of so many companies on NVIDIA's capital because
would be able to do it until I finally got one.
Iran has fired a barrage of missiles at central and southern Israel. At least one of them has reached central Tel Aviv. Search and rescue teams have been attending to casualties. 6 people have been reported injured. Media reports indicate there have also been strikes east of Tel Aviv and in southern Israel around Beersheba. Meanwhile, we're just hearing that the Israeli military said it's completed a large wave of strikes in Isfahan. Iranian media reporting that Israeli-US strikes hit 2 gas facilities and a pipeline just hours after President Trump announced a temporary pause in attacks on the country's power infrastructure. Local officials, however, say that operations at least one of the targeted gas sites were not affected. Earlier air defense systems were also activated in parts of eastern Tehran. Our correspondent, James Waterhouse, is in Tel Aviv, where cleanup efforts are underway at the scene of the missile strike from Iran.
Well, the clear-up operation is gathering apace. We've just seen street sweepers make their way down to clear up the endless shards of glass caused by the force of the blast. You might be able to see the site behind me. There is a very deep crater where we're told by officials an Iranian missile slammed into the side of this building with 100 kilos of explosives in its warhead. This was part of a wider aerial attack by Iran overnight. We're in quite a residential suburb of Tel Aviv, which has been on the receiving end, really, of Iran's responses in this ongoing war. Israel's air defenses are relatively effective. You get early detections on your phone, you'll hear the explosions as they're taken out in midair. But as you can see, not all missiles can be stopped. I think this reflects the stockpile that Iran still, and it also reflects the willingness of Tehran to hit back where it can. It's difficult to gauge to what extent this suppresses people's appetite for this war to continue. Benjamin Netanyahu is being crystal, saying that he will continue to hit Iran, he will continue to hit Iran-backed Hezbollah, the militant group in southern Lebanon.
There's some breaking news about Qatar trying to help with the efforts of de-escalating in the Middle East.
It's soiled by Iran, by Israel and the United States, and these countries are waiting with a bated breath, strengthening their security postures to deal with any kind of threat that comes towards them. It appears that the Qataris are welcoming it. There's a resumption of schools and offices in the next few days in this country, but they say that they're still vigilant and they're monitoring what comes next. So, Javed Al Jazeera, Doha.
Meanwhile, Iran has carried out more attacks across the Gulf region. Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain have all reported interceptions of Iranian drones and missiles. Amazon says its operations in Bahrain have been affected by drone activity. Let's go to Russell Sardar, who joins us from the Saudi capital, Riyadh. Russell, there have been strikes again around the GCC. Can you tell us what's been happening?
Well, indeed, through the day, the attacks from Iran have continued across the region. In United Arab Emirates, there have been at least 5 ballistic missiles and 17 drones fired toward its territory. And then in Bahrain, a fire broke in a company as a result of the Iranian attack. So the UAE officials are saying that so far there have been 372 ballistic missiles and more than 1,800 drones. And in Bahrain, Bahrainis are saying that at least 153 ballistic missiles were fired at the country and hundreds of drones. So considering the size of these countries, the Gulf countries, Bahrain, Kuwait, and United Arab Emirates, these are tiny countries, and the numbers of the attacks, drones and ballistic missiles, are huge. Then here in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, through the whole day, we have received statements after statements, almost on hourly basis, from the Ministry of Defense that have been the destruction and interception of the Iranian drones that were aimed at particularly the country's eastern province. That is important because the eastern province of Saudi Arabia is where the 70% of Saudi Arabia's all activities or the energies or resources are located. And so that as a result, Saudi Arabia is trying to divert that, is trying to find the alternatives. So 40 years ago, there was a pipeline built connecting the east of the country to the west, to the city of Yanbu on the Red Sea coast. And
okay, breaking news. Breaking news. Iran is charging transit fees as high as $2 million per voyage for some vessels passing through the Strait of Hormuz.
$4 million barrels of oil per day, and then gradually to increase it, make sure that at least the energy transport is safer. However, the Iranian drones and ballistic missiles are not only targeting the eastern province. From time to time, we're seeing that actually there are Iranian drones and ballistic missiles that are targeting the port of Yanbu as well.
More breaking news. Ares is limiting withdrawals from its $10.7 billion private credit fund at 5%. See? All those people that rushed into private credit funds, you're getting killed. It's going to get killed. It should have never been, the SEC should have never allowed for private credit funds to even be established for retail because of the lack of transparency, lack of liquidity. All right, back to Al Jazeera here.
Burns saying, we're still in the eye of the storm and our focus now is protecting our country. What are you hearing about the security concerns of other countries in the region? Are they similar at this point?
Well, traditionally or historically, the GCC countries were mostly relying on the American security guarantees. And so that was almost the only source of the security.
All right, another important data point for today. Saudi Arabia's defense intercepted 20 incoming Iranian drones overnight. Now, market's not open up yet. We still have about 7 more minutes to go for the New York trading, but oil has rebounded a little bit. It's trading at $92 a barrel. Natural gas is trading at 2.9 right now. And the ETF to look at for leveraged play for longing oil, I've been mentioning, take a look at UCO. That's trading at 37.93. It was trading in the 40 handle, low 40 handle before Trump made his announcement. But there's a little bit of a rebound in oil right now. So as we get closer and closer to Friday and there's no resolution, most likely traders will go long with oil because of the potential event risk. I mean, they're still lobbying. They're still shooting missiles at each other. Trump hasn't really stated who he was talking to. The Iranians are basically saying, well, wait a minute, we aren't talking to Trump, so who's talking to who? You know, is this just misinformation, disinformation thing from Trump to buy some time for the Marines to get there? Maybe. Is it that there's some sort of behind the scenes operation that's taking place where we're going to be working with a certain faction of the IRGC or, some government leaders that are a little bit more aligned to what we want? And if we can gain some ground with them, maybe there can be a complete overthrow of the IRGC. Maybe. Who knows? But there's a lot of event risk here that's starting to emerge. In terms of the futures market for the S&P 500 before the open, it's trading down. It's the S&P 500 futures is at 6,593. This is important because there was a support level of 6,600 that broke. Now the next support level for the S&P 500 is going to be 6,450. Okay, and we may test that depending on what happens as we approach Friday. All right, I want to listen into Bloomberg's radio here for a second.
And I think right now a lot of the news is obscuring what is happening.
I'm live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and also X Spaces. So if you have a question, type it in the chat. I'll try to answer it. If you want the mic, you can ask for the mic on X Spaces and be on the show live. But answering a question from Lisa that's on X Spaces, she states, is Trump going to stop chemtrails? I don't think so. I highly doubt it.
And ultimately, the fundamental earnings will play out. If you look over the past 100 years, the stock market's almost up exactly in line with the growth in earnings. So I think it's easy to be distracted. There's obviously a lot of economic implications from higher oil prices and how that reverberates through the economy. And obviously, we're seeing not only inflation expectations and real rates increase.
Another thing that's some other data points that are suggesting some turmoil economically globally. The Philippines declares energy emergency. So there are leaders that are writing executive orders to curtail the use of energy. Now, when was the last time that we really had that? In my life, where it really affected the whole world? The 1970s.
It's 4 times the usage nationwide and all. What are we misjudging here? And how AI will be used out to, say, 2028?
Well, AI is changing from providing answers to accomplishing tasks. And the way that we are going to interact with the world is going to be agent first. In other words, you'll have an agent, and that agent will interact with much of the rest of the world. You won't be using apps in the traditional way you thought of it. I could give you an example, actually. I know you were talking earlier on the show about all the stuff that's come out, and I follow it full time, professionally, and every week I'm in awe of the things that are coming out. Yesterday, Claude Dispatch came out, which is a tool that essentially allows Claude to take over your computer. And so, I live in the suburbs. I have this cedar roof that needs to be maintained and oiled, and every 8 years or something like that. And it's a fortune. I got a contract proposal from a vendor, and I was putting it off. It's a long contract, and it's way too much money, and all these things. So I used Dispatch last night, and I said, go into my Gmail. I do this from my phone, so I'm not using my computer. Go into my Gmail, find the email from this person, download the contract, look through it, provide proposals of edits to the contract, draft a responding email, and send it and copy my wife on this. It did all of that. I didn't have to touch a thing. It completely took over my computer. And so that's an agent interacting with the world.
That's brilliant.
Well, let me interject to what he just said about this new feature of Claude. Well, what happens if someone is controlling it and now it's controlling all of your systems? What happens if you're hacked and it's controlling all of your systems? This is a huge problem in terms of cybersecurity at a personal level and at a corporate level. That's level 1 issue. Level 2 issue is if you keep on automating certain tasks and didn't build up the experiences of these tasks that these computers are automating, then you are losing knowledge. You're losing individual knowledge. You're also losing corporate knowledge. See, if you worked at a corporation for a long time, there's institutional knowledge that you gain. The history of the company, how tasks have evolved in the department, processes have changed, the division growing and shrinking based on different stressors in the economy or stressors within that industry. But when you automate all these tasks, well, if you're a knowledge-based worker, well, now you're more productive. But eventually, that knowledge that you used to have, that you used to do all the time, you start to atrophy. You're not as good as you used to be because you're not doing it anymore. Now, take it another step. What about the people that aren't knowledge-based? And they're just automating. They know what to automate, but they don't really know how it really works. Do you really know quantum physics? No. Right? So the point here is that you have individuals that are not knowledge-based and they don't have a deep institutional knowledge using these AI systems, and they never develop the skills that have been automated. So transferring skills to another company become harder because you can't transfer to another company because you don't have skills. So you're now kind of like frozen. You're frozen in. And then the positive externalities of actually doing work, like reading and writing. When you don't write a contract, when you're not reading the contract, when you're not thinking through the arguments of the contract, then you're atrophying. Just like if you don't lift weights, your muscles atrophy. If you're not active, well, your body starts to atrophy. Well, if your brain isn't doing things at the corporate level, then you're going to be atrophying. This is a big problem. Now, at the very beginning, there's going to be a productivity of using these agents through Claude or Gemini or through Copilot. It doesn't matter how it's created. But you build up an agent that's doing tasks. And more people in your corporation do something similar, and it may even get to the point where agents can talk to each other. But there'll be a point where that efficiency for you has plateaued. And that if you look at another curve, your skill set actually goes down. You're atrophying. This is a big problem. And we'll probably see the atrophy within 6 to 12 months of corporations implementing large sections of their work process using agents. Now, we're not there yet. but it will only take 6 to 12 months for the brain atrophying to happen. Now, if you don't believe me, just look at what is happening with social media, with the doom scrolling. For the ones that are always looking at social media and they're not reading a book, attention spans have gone down. Negative behavior has increased. Cortisol levels in the bloodstream have increased. Anxiety has increased. Irritability has increased. Lack of sleep. Sleep deprivation has increased. Blood glucose levels have increased, because if you're stressed, your blood glucose levels go up. Part of the mechanism is because of cortisol. So you can see just with using social media that there are physiological changes that take place and changes to the brain, how the brain works, your behavior, and also the dendritic connections. Memory starts to, our hippocampus is smaller because we use Google Maps. The back of the hippocampus with individuals that used maps and remembered where to drive have a larger hippocampus than ones that use Google Maps now. So even the hippocampus has shrunk. That's where a lot of your memory is formed and is consolidated. So if you have a smaller hippocampus, that's as if you've had you have less neurons or less dendritic connections. You may have the same number of neurons, but the connections may be less. But the point here is the hippocampuses are shrinking because we are becoming more reliant on AI systems for efficiency. But yet that efficiency causes a negative externality, and that is a weakened individual. So if you want to buck the trend, I recommend this. Don't over-rely on AI. Read more, not on computers or on tablets, but real books. It's better for your eyes, but you'll be able to concentrate better because you're staying away from that frequency of the blue light. Be more active, because we evolved in an environment where we had to move and think. All right? So we have the corpus callosum. The corpus callosum in the brain connects the right and left hemisphere. But we also have connections front to back. Females and males are different in terms of the basic wiring of the brain. The corpus callosum and the connection between the right and the left hemisphere is actually, there are stronger connections for women. But the connections between front to back are for men. So managerial planning and also coordination with eyes and visual processing. But emotion and complex social interaction is much more developed for females. So that right there, the physiology of the brain proves that males and females are different. Now, the reason why the front to back development was important was males did the hunting and the protection and the warfare, while females helped with back operations in terms of, making the food, the clothing, the rearing of the children. The community was more managed by the female. Now, there may have been tribal leaders, and of course there's, different societies may be maternal or paternal. But the basic physiology of the brain proves that males and females are different. on top of obviously the karyotyping and the phenotyping. But the point here is that if you rely on AI, if you are less active, your normal physiology is going to degrade. It's going to atrophy. So these connections that I'm talking about in the brain won't be as robust. This is the reason why you need to be active. Now, if you'll notice, you'll actually be smarter or more intelligent if you do things that actually are using your mind and coordination with your body, such as sports, where there's using strategy. And the reason why we have sports is actually to rear kids for warfare. But the thing is there's strategy, and there is the movement. Trying to calculate internally, your brain is calculating the movement of a baseball, and you're trying to hit the baseball. So there is the brain, the eye coordination with the hand coordination to hit the baseball or to catch the baseball. So this coupling between mind and body, mind, the brain calculating and coordinating, all right? You'll notice that people that develop this are smart. So if you just sit there and you're just an egghead and you just sit, and you're just reading, you're not fully developing your brain. And this is the reason why the Greeks said that it's about body and mind. Socrates was a warrior. A lot of people think he was just a philosopher. No, he actually was a warrior. So it's body and mind. Not just body, not just mind. So people in an AI world that is more reliant on AI, their brain starts to atrophy. And if they are not active, their musculature, their bone density will start to atrophy. Another example is you take a look at children that actually play piano or string instruments or some sort of instrument where they're using their fingers, right? They're smarter. They usually perform better in school. Now, why is that? Because they're reading something abstract, page of notes, musical notes, a scale, right? They're reading and they are hand coordinating. When people build stuff or hunt, they're also using the brain and they're using their body for coordination. If society doesn't do this, you get weaker. So if you want to be bucking the trend, and because many people are going to be jumping on the AI bandwagon, they will weaken. They will not be stronger humans, physically or mentally. So what you do is you raise your kids to not be reliant on this. Almost raise your kids back in a older time period. They need to be more active. Another thing, you want to buck the trend? Don't wear the Apple Watch. First of all, having the Apple Watch set to hepatics will actually cause harm to your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Why? Because when the hepatics is activated, you go into a sympathetic mode. You don't believe me? Try it. And so if you're constantly getting emails from work, or if you're constantly, worried about something, the news or whatever, and you're getting pulsed by your phone, your cortisol levels are up. If your cortisol levels are up, your immune system is down. If you have chronic cortisol level increase, if your concentration of cortisol is chronic, that's immunosuppressive, and it damages your organ systems. So if you have an Apple Watch, you don't want it. don't want. So if you want to buck the trend, go to a regular watch. Don't be stupid.
Dip into a lower intensity conflict that could still pose major risks to the global energy market.
Jennifer, from your sources, is there a sense that there's a possibility or probability or a likelihood that President Trump may just wake up someday and say, I'm kind of bored of all this, I would say we've achieved our objectives and just kind of walk away? Is that in the cards at all?
It does seem, and it has seemed for at least 2 weeks now, that President Trump is looking for an exit ramp. He's referred to the war as having already achieved many of his objectives, as being very complete, and he predicted an end to it would come very soon. I think that being said, the fact that we're still continuing to see U.S. strikes on Iran suggests it hasn't achieved, or he doesn't feel he has the leverage or the turn that he's looking for to end this war. And I think in particular what he's concerned about is reopening Hormuz before he could fully back away.
Jennifer, one final question. It's outside your remit, but you're more than qualified to handle this. I'm looking at yields higher in many different flavors, including the inflation-adjusted yield, the cost of capital, if you will. Does Jennifer Welch believe in markets telling politics what to do? Do you believe in Edgar Denny's bond vigilantes?
Well, I would say this. I think President Trump is uniquely quite sensitive to markets, and that's part of what we've seen in terms of his rhetoric shifting over the last week or two. And in particular, his message yesterday morning when markets were about to open, that he was seeking talks with Iran, kind of backing away from his prior threat to strike Iranian energy facilities. That seemed very much directed at shaping markets as they were opening in the United States.
It's great for Jennifer Welch, hugely valuable. Thank you so much. Chief Economics analyst for Blue.
Right now, oil is trading now at $92.50. And that 3 times leverage ETF that I keep on mentioning, UCO, is now trading at $40.48. Also, Gush is trading at 43.15. That, I believe, is a 2 times leverage ETF dealing with energy companies, especially if they are in exploration of energy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support the work that I do. And better yet, help support your health and wellness. If you follow my advice, you're going to slow down the aging process. All right? And I have many products that if you just take regularly, you will benefit from. All right? And these are products that I use just to slow down the aging process. Now, magnesium and zinc will boost up your immune system and help with brain function. Magnesium is super important for brain function. And a lot of people are going to have problems with their brain, trust me. All right? So it's really important to take magnesium and zinc every day, especially if you're not feeling well. Vitamin C and magnesium will also help with brain function, help with your immune system and your skin. You can stack them together or you can take them separately, but I recommend that you stack them together. And again, magnesium is really important for brain function, and magnesium will improve the efficacy of vitamin D3. And everyone knows about the benefits of vitamin D3. I have a new product on my store called Super Strong Relief. This will help with headaches, muscle pain, arthritic pain, a sports injury. If you want temporary relief, this is a topical that you put on the area where there's pain, and within 30 to 90 seconds, the pain will be completely gone or radically diminished. So please go to my store, get the Super Strong Relief. This is a topical pain relief. And the allergy season. We're in the spring. Guess what? Allergies are going to kick in. Go to my store and make sure you get the drops and the lozenges. They're structural nanosilver, so that it's going to neutralize, right? And by neutralizing, you're reducing further problems down the road, because you don't want to get a runny nose. You don't want to get that throat irritation that ends in, mucus secretions that get into your lungs, and then there's an infection. You don't want that, all right? So you want to mitigate it right away. So most lozenges out there will just help with soothing the irritation. This will help to neutralize whatever's bothering your system, all right? That's the reason why you want to take structural nanosilver. So get the Manuka honey lozenges for the orange splash with vitamin C. And I also have drops in blueberry, in cherry flavor, and also in honey and lemon, all right? Again, they're made from structural nanosilver. It's gonna help to neutralize. So if you breathe in something that is, you know, pathogen, and it's irritating your throat, this is gonna help to neutralize it. It's really important, all right? Because even if you have a benign cold or a benign, let's say, allergy, a few times a year, 3 times a year or whatever, and you know it lasts for a few days, 3 to 5 days or whatever, and it's benign, it still takes 2 weeks for your body to heal, even though you feel better. Because just because you feel better doesn't mean that your tissues are 100%, because they're not. It takes 2 to 3 weeks for it to remodel the reversible necrosis of the tissues. A lot of people don't know this. And this is the reason that if you're chronically sick, even if it's benign, or if you chronically have allergies, you actually age faster. Why? Because your body is constantly remodeling and not focusing on other areas of your body. So cells can go into necrosis, and that necrosis can be irreversible necrosis, which is really bad. Irreversible, can't be fixed. Or reversible necrosis. All right? So if you are healthy and you don't get sick that often and you control your allergies, guess what? You age slower. Simple. Simple. All right. All right, what else is going into the news? Let's I want Tel Aviv hit with 220-pound warhead. Let's listen into Fox News.
Israel intercepting Iranian strikes overnight as the Islamic regime continues its missile barrage on the region.
But President Trump says Iran might want to make a deal to end the fight. Chief Foreign Correspondent training's live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Trey.
Todd Carley, good morning. As diplomatic efforts play out, the Iranians are continuing their attacks against Israel, launching a number of ballistic missile barrages against this country overnight. One of those missiles early this morning slammed into the heart of Tel Aviv. You can see here in this aftermath video, black smoke was rising from the horizon. We just returned from this scene where first responders were removing debris and rubble. This was a direct impact, according to police, and there was a 220-pound warhead on top of the missile that caused the damage that you see here. There were some interceptions overnight across central Israel as Israel's advanced air defense system worked to shoot down the incoming fire. The Israelis and the Americans are striking back, hitting the heart of the regime in Tehran and other locations, going after many of the storage facilities for these ballistic missiles. You can see in some of this video over the weekend that was released by U.S. Central Command. All of this coming as President Trump says those diplomatic efforts are playing out, and he's giving the Iranian regime 5 days to come to terms for a deal. Take a listen.
We're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody. As good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing.
The Iranians have pushed back saying that talks aren't taking place, but reports indicate there are conversations happening. You can see some video here in Tehran, the aftermath.
Right now, the S&P 500 is trading at 6,532, so it's trading down in the U.S. session, and VIX is starting to elevate to 2767. Now, if things end up going south for negotiations in the Middle East, we're increasing the probability of seeing VIX go to 45. It won't stay at 45 for very long because it's going to be heteroscedastic. But the thing is that that's probably going to drive the S&P 500 below the 6,450 mark. So what is going to happen in the next 5 days is super important. And you're starting to see this rebound and stress in the market, right? They slowly are discounting what Trump said 24 hours ago. So the effects of Trump jawboning the market is starting to dissipate and it's start going back up. The chances of de-escalation in the Middle East is declining based on market reaction.
Of those U.S. and Israeli strikes that continue to pressure the Islamic regime. As this is continuing, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also speaking out about the possibility of a deal.
Earlier today, I spoke with our friend President Trump. President Trump believes there is a possibility to leveraging the mighty achievements obtained by the Israeli Defense Forces and the U.S. military in order to realize the goals of the war in a deal that will preserve our vital interests.
It's clear that President Trump wants to give the Iranian regime yet another chance to come to the negotiating table and make serious concessions. If they don't, there are more U.S. forces on the way to the region and more options for the president. Todd Garley.
Trey Yates live for us in Israel this morning. Trey, thank you. Let's bring in Power Us founder and former Army Special Ops Intel analyst Brett Velikovich. Brett, on the one hand, we have CENTCOM confirming more than 9,000 targets have been struck as a part of Operation Epic Fury. On the other hand, you have President Trump talking about this 5-day pause. Do you expect this pause to ultimately lead to a negotiated end to this conflict? And is Iran really looking for diplomacy?
No.
Well, I think the administration has been very clear. The objective is not endless war, it's decisive results. And so right now we're seeing this, not just this symbolic bombing campaign. This is the strategic dismantling of the enemy's entire ability to fight so that they can never toy with nuclear Armageddon again. So there's a lot more, obviously, that can also be done from the air to continue that leverage. Air campaigns like this, they don't just destroy targets, they're going to collapse entire systems. You're degrading logistics, command and control networks, communications, resupply chains. And I think what we're already seeing is that Iran's missile and drone output has dropped dramatically because of these strikes. And so continued air operations, they can go even deeper, in my opinion. We can target mobile launchers, leadership nodes, air defenses, stop Iran from regenerating their capability, and really keep tightening that pressure until they can no longer project forces outside their borders and we can have lasting peace in that region.
Okay, so from air to potential boots on the ground, the Times is reporting senior military officials are weighing a possible deployment of a combat brigade from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division and some elements of the division's headquarters staff to support U.S. military operations in Iran. You hear that word support, support, support over and over again, but at the end of the day, do you expect boots on the ground as the inevitable next phase of this conflict if peace is not achieved?
Yes.
Well, Todd, look, in reality, there are limits to what air power alone can achieve. You can destroy infrastructure, you can degrade capability, but there are certain objectives that require physical control. You can bomb a position all day long, but until you control it, your enemy always has the ability to come back. And I think air power gets us maybe 80 to 90% of the way there, but high impact ground operations, if used correctly, secure that final outcome and close the gap. And that's why you're seeing...
It's the 80-20 rule, all right? You focus on the 80%, but that last 20 is hard.
these discussions about airborne troops, marine elements, potentially moving into the region, not for occupation, but for precision missions. We have to seize key positions, eliminate remaining threats, and then lock down these strategic areas that Iran uses to threaten global shipping and U.S. forces. And I think right now that Iran is really trying to bet that the United States doesn't have the will to finish what it started. They're not confused, they're a bit calculating. And right now they're calculating that we're not going to hit back hard enough. And that's why real American leadership here matters. President Trump's been dealing with a situation that didn't develop overnight. It's the result of years of hesitation of our feckless leaders and strategic drift. And so what we're seeing right now is the United States reestablishing that clarity, that the global economy can't be held hostage, that nuclear brinksmanship has consequences. And our military right now, frankly, is the only thing standing between stability and total disruption in that region. So we need to do whatever.
What I'm noticing in the mainstream media, and I would say almost everyone that's doing commentary on the subject matter, they're not paying attention that if we don't destroy the IRGC, if we don't destroy the theocratic regime in Iran and allow for the seculars to rise up and govern and have a constitutional republic instead of a theocracy, then we're kicking the can down the road. And don't worry about nuclear weapons. Worry about biologics. Because guess what? The Iranians are really smart. Actually, their IQ is higher on average than an American. Now, that's not saying much, because most Americans are stupid. But the thing is that they'll be able to break out with biological weapons. And the barriers of entry are a lot less. And the time to develop is much quicker with AI. Because all of the serial passage that has to happen for fine-tuning in the physical now can be simulated in silico and then just verified. That means that what would take 20 years of development can take months. Now, with people that are smart, that are a little crazy because of their religion, and are hell-bent on setting the world on fire and punishing the United States and Israel, don't you think there's going to be a problem down the road if we don't get this job done? I mean, just put on your common sense hat. If you put on your common sense hat, you'll realize that we have to get this job done. Now, what worries me is that you have a big part of the American public that's too stupid to realize this. You have Congress that's more focused on winning an election in the midterms than actually getting the job done. And you have Trump that's sometimes wishy-washy. He wants to make a deal. No, get the job done. It's not about a deal. Get the job done. Because what the Iranians can do with biologics now, because of the world of AI, they can speed up development. And in comparison of what Barrick did with the SARS program, Barrick, it took 20 years to do. And that was in the realm where, at the very beginning, CRISPR wasn't invented yet, and AI wasn't used for the development. But now, because of computational power and because of simulations that can take place, like AlphaFold and Haddock and many others, the barriers of entry are really low. So it's really important to stop them. It's not about nuclear. It's biologic, trust me.
To ensure that total victory is secured.
Right, you mentioned the calculus going on in Iran. Listen to this. The Wall Street Journal is out with a report this morning that Saudi Arabia and the UAE, Iran's neighbors, are getting closer to actually joining the fight against Iran. In about 30 seconds, how would that impact this conflict going forward?
Well, I think our neighbors are tired of it. If anything that these strikes have done has brought our allies closer and closer. Groups that normally would remain neutral are tired of taking Shahid strikes every single night and seeing their tourist centers bombed. Iran's terror empire, in my opinion, is on borrowed time. The mullahs, they've been misfiring. They've tried to sow chaos in the region. Their spokesmen are being silenced forever, and America and its allies are about to end this once and for all.
And now the question becomes, not only who are you negotiating with, but how many different groups are you negotiating with? You've got the secular, you've got the religious factions. Really, the common person like you and I doesn't really know who's in charge. Hopefully, the White House is negotiating with somebody who can actually end this. But to your point, Brett, we will see. Brett Velikovich, is always a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Once again, these experts, these analysts, they can't get to the root of the problem. And it's a canard. It's a canard to think that the main issue that we have with Iran is nuclear. It's not. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics. You can get it in the powder form, which is the way I normally take it, or in the veggie cap form, which is what other people normally want to take, the probiotics. Take it every day. Now, what this will do is improve your gut biome, allow you to absorb your nutrients better, reduce inflammation at the gut level, improve the mucosal lining of the gut, improve the concentration of IgA, which is a very important antibody for your immune system at the gut level. If you have a low concentration of IgA, you get sick. It's really bad, all right? Better gut health also reduces leaky gut syndrome. And it's the leaky gut syndrome that causes all these allergies that people are getting. So if you wonder, why are there so many people that have allergies? It's not the only reason, but a big part is because you have leaky gut. Because if you have leaky gut, then it gets into the bloodstream, what you are eating. Well, if what you're eating is getting into the bloodstream, some of the proteins, then your body is creating antibodies and creating an allergic reaction against these proteins that shouldn't be in the bloodstream. This is the reason why people get so many allergies. So guess what? Stop leaky gut by improving your gut biome. Now, by improving your gut biome, you're also going to improve the communication between your gut and your liver, and your metabolism is going to be better. And the health of your liver will improve, and you're going to be able to detoxify your body. Because guess what? The liver is a major detox organ, and it does a whole lot of other stuff too, like control your blood, your blood sugar levels, and your lipid profile. And with a good gut biome, you're going to improve your brain function. You'll be able to sleep better. You'll be able to consolidate memory. You're going to be able to detoxify your central nervous system when you sleep better. And your skin will improve. So you get lots of benefits by improving gut health. So please go to my store, get the probiotics, either the powdered form or the veggie cap form. Take it every day. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. And another great stack here to help with brain function, cardiovascular health, and immune system is to take ashwagandha root and lignans and turmeric. Ashwagandha root brings down your cortisol levels and helps to control your blood glucose levels. By doing that, you're bringing down inflammation, boosting up that immune system. You're bringing down that inflammation at the vascular level, and at the brain level, you're improving those systems. Because when you bring down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. If you're bringing inflammation down at your brain level, at the neuron level, then you're reducing stress on the neuron, and therefore the neuroplasticity will be better. Now, lignans will help with the endocrine system, the immune system, soak up free radicals and bring down inflammation. And again, by bringing down inflammation, you're helping your vascular system and your brain function. When you do this regularly, guess what? You slow down the aging process. So do you want to be retarded when you get into your geriatric years? You want to have early onset of dementia? If so, just keep on going to the store and eating your Doritos. But if you really want to improve your quality of life, go to my store and get the supplements, stack them the way I'm telling you to. This is what I do to slow down the aging process. It works. But it's not just slowing down the aging process. You're going to have more vitality. You're going to be more energetic. You'll have a better quality of life. Or pick the other path. It's up to you. All right. Oh, make sure that you use discount 5 because you need to save money. Why? Because energy prices are up. It's all caps, discount, and the number 5. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. All right, let's listen into Steve Ratner. Now, he's an economist over at MS Now. I like playing these clips because I want to give my interpretation of what they're saying and how they usually skew the data to be negative about Trump. That's the reason why I play these videos about mainstream media. It's not like I love watching mainstream media. It's that it's important to see the bias and to complain about the bias. That's why. But also, it's really important to watch the news because markets react to news. There's a behavioral component to it. And I'm trying to teach people slowly that you don't need to be a victim. You can benefit from the chaos that's happening here.
Segrid releases immediately and blocks acid that causes heartburn for 24 hours. Feel the difference.
Let's get to the real thank you, Mika. President Trump's post on social media yesterday morning about Iran, the one we've been talking about all morning, had a major impact on the markets before the opening bell. It also came after some unusual activity in futures trading. CNBC notes there was a sharp and isolated jump in volume for the S&P futures and oil futures at about 6:50 a.m., breaking from what was an otherwise subdued pre-market session. About 15 minutes later, President Trump posted on Truth Social that the U.S. and Iran had held talks and that he was delaying planned strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure.
There is no doubt in my mind that someone was given information early. This is insider trading, 100%.
Sparked an instant rally in risk, with S&P 500 futures soaring more than 2.5% before the opening bell, while West Texas Intermediate futures dropped nearly 6% after the post. That's oil. Fortune magazine put it this way, quote, "In the time it takes to walk from your car to your desk, President Trump added $1.7 trillion to stocks and pushed the price of oil down by $17, or approximately 15%. By the time you got your coffee, Iran had reportedly called him a liar, and half of those gains vanished."
You remember Wall Street, Al Holbrook's character going, "Bud, don't, do it, just don't, you're going to get in trouble." I'm going to be that old guy right now. There are a lot of stupid people that are thinking, oh, you know what? We're in the Wild West. We can trade on.
Well, let's see how stupid he is. But just remember, Morning Joe, we still don't know what happened to his aide when he was a representative in Congress. You know, she happened to die. No one really knows what happened. And he's saying he's not, he's not stupid, right? Well, we'll see. He's wearing Apple Watch. All right. Remember what I just said about Apple Watches? Right? Literally, we are moving towards the society of Dune. Which is a huge storyline of like 15,000 years or 20,000 years of human history, in the books. And basically what it is that the society and the worlds and the earth and mankind ends up going down the road of artificial intelligence and robotics and cybernetics, and it gets out of hand, and we become slaves to it. And then there's a battle. There's other sub-stories within Dune, but the thing is that it's dystopic And it deals with an over-reliance of technology that eventually hurts us. It's better to be a humanist than a transhumanist, all right? Because transhumanism, they want more technology, the body to be more robotic, live longer, be more more of a technocracy. It's not about life, liberty, and property, like in the Enlightenment. Transhumanism as a philosophy is more about technocracy, top-down control, communism. People need to be aware of this, that what allows for the cybernetics to be built out, what allows for the AI to be built out, what allows for all this robotics to be built out is capitalism. But when people start using it to the point where it's automating our society, and it gets to the point where it's making the decisions for us, then it is now a technocracy. Some sort of guru, in this case, electronic guru, is telling you how to live your life. So now transhumanism ends up becoming a religion. Who's the God? Well, in transhumanism, the God is the most powerful AI. That doesn't sound really good for mankind, does it? But, what do I know? Let's listen to Morning Joe.
This will never catch up to us. We'll make a quick buck. I'm Hal Holbrook. Don't do it, bud. Because there's no free lunch. If they don't get you now, they're going to get you sometime. Right? There are a lot of stupid people that are trading on inside information right now that are going to get in trouble down the road. Because
that's probably true.
Everything's public. They're going to find out who got inside information. They're going to find out who made a quick buck, and it's just not worth it.
They may feel protected today.
Right.
People in charge today will not be tomorrow. Let's bring in former Treasury official, Morning Joe economic analyst Steve Ratner. He's got charts on how the war with Iran is impacting the economy and perhaps the other way around. So, Steve, before you get into your charts, just your take on what you heard there about that futures trading yesterday.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of stuff that goes on Wall Street that is not, shall we say, fully compliant, and now you have an administration that doesn't seem to have any real guardrails around what I'll call corruption. And if you end up getting caught, and Joe's certainly right, you shouldn't try. Maybe the president will pardon you. So none of this is totally surprising in the current environment in Washington.
That folds into your first chart. Trump accedes to the market. So yesterday morning, a little after, just over 24 hours ago now, he puts out that statement that we're negotiating with Iran and takes a little pressure off the markets.
There's been a lot of speculation.
Let me just interject really quickly here. We assume it was an American that made that trade. It could have been someone from the Middle East. Hell, it could have been MBS. Hell, it could have been Netanyahu. We don't know.
Why Trump did what he did. Let me give you a theory from the market's point of view, and we all know that Trump is highly responsive to the market. So the S&P was sort of powering along most of this year, not doing terribly much. The war starts, and the S&P drops 4.3%, but it drops 3.1% just in the last week. And we all know that Trump is very sensitive to the market. But then he put out that tweet on Saturday night about increasing the bombing of energy infrastructure, utility power plants, and so on.
Now,
and so on
let
Sunday
me get into the weeds of this, because this ties into my dissertation in finance. So, looking at the 10-year Treasury yield, all right, yields dropped radically when Trump delayed the strikes, but you can see that there's a random walk from 12 a.m. This took place on the 23rd of March. All right, at 12 a.m. there's a random walk of the 10-year Treasury yield going all the way up to the announcement right at 7:05 or whatever it was, 7:15, right? And then the yield dropped precipitously. It was trading at about 4.43 or so, and then dropped down to almost 4.3. All right, so that's a big drop in the 10-year yield. But then it comes back up and it oscillates. So this is what is called a jump diffused situation. So a news event happens and there's a big change. Either the price goes up or the price goes down. This is what is called the levy process. All right, but it's a jump and then it diffuses. There's a harmonic oscillation, but that harmonic oscillation dissipates. All right. So if you really pay attention to what I just said, I told you something that is worth a lot of money. Jump diffusions, jump diffusions, jump diffusions.
Which is when markets in Asia open our time, the Asian markets rolled over and they were down about 3.5%. 3.5%, just to put that in Dow Jones terminology, is 1,600 points. Obviously a major, major drop. So Trump wakes up in the morning and that's what he's greeted by. And then what he's also greeted by is what's happening in Treasury yields. So at roughly, I just picked 5:15 in the morning was sort of this low point. Traders on the East Coast are starting to wake up. 10-year Treasury yields, which Trump is very sensitive to. You remember on Liberation Day or after Liberation Day when the bond market rolled over and then he quickly paused the tariffs because rates were going up. So rates start going up pretty sharply because of what happened in Asia and what he had said on Saturday night. And then lo and behold, Trump delays the strike. Rates go all the way back down here. Then the Iranians deny things are.
And this dynamic that he's talking about happens all the time when a governor on a central bank board or the chief of the central bank states something and surprises the market either positively or negatively, and there's a big move. This is a way they can kind of manipulate currencies or manipulate bond yields by jawboning the market. So this is what Trump did. He just took a play right out of the Federal Reserve, or what the BOJ does when it tries to control interest rates and the yen, the currency moves.
Putting they go part way up here, and then they bounce around all day as everybody's trying to figure out what's going on. So it really does look like Trump was in pretty much of a hurry at 7 o'clock Monday morning when he did his 180 here because of what was happening in the bond market.
So Steve, are the oil markets just waiting for the Strait of Hormuz to open up, or maybe longer term for this war to end before they stabilize?
Yeah, definitely oil prices are not going to really stabilize at lower levels until the Straits of Hormuz open. Why don't we go to my third chart? Maybe go back to this.
Let me interject here.
But,
so before Trump made his announcement, it was trading at about 4.43 for the 10-year. All right, and then it drops down to 4.3. If he didn't do that, all right, let's say he has all intentions of doing a ground offensive with the Marines. So what he does is he jawbones, so he's lying to the American public and lying to the whole world that there's really a deal on the table. All right, he jawbones the market, pushes the oil price down, he pushes the bond yields down. So when he does have his offensive with the Marines, it comes back up to near baseline, maybe a little bit above. If he didn't do that and yields were trading at 4.43 and he used the Marines, guess what the yields would be? Probably closer to like 4.6, and oil would be at like 110. So maybe 115 for WTI, not Brent. Brent's probably going to be $15 spread from that. So he had to jawbone the market to give it a little bit of a shock absorber So when he does the offensive with the Marines, that he has a little bit of additional room to maneuver with the economy, or with trading instruments, because trading instruments aren't necessarily the economy. So I mean, that's, there's trading instruments are supposed to represent the economy, but sometimes they decouple. So there's the real world, and then there's Wall Street, Main Street and Wall Street, right? But his move here allowed him to give him some wiggle room with certain types of financial instruments. So when he does do the ground offensive, it's not going to be as of a shock to the system.
The gasoline. So gasoline has jumped up enormously, as everybody knows. It's almost $6 a gallon in California, and even in some of the western states, southwestern states, where price.
That's not a fair comparison, because there's a lot of taxes in California on gas. So his data is biased here. If he had a chart that says we're excluding taxes, gas taxes, and we're going to compare what is happening in California versus what is happening in another state, well then, yeah, that's apples to apples. But what he's doing is apples to oranges to bananas.
So relatively low, they've taken a big jump. And so this is a curve of oil futures, and you can see this is where oil was before the war started. This is where oil got to before Trump did his 180 on Monday morning, and it settled back here. But the important point here is, yes, oil is a heck of a lot higher than it was, but traders at least believe that even if the war ends, oil is going to stay materially higher than it was before. This is about $10 a barrel. There's 2.5 cents per barrel in terms of the cost, so say 25 cents on gas.
No. The curve for oil futures is backward. There's backwardation. That means that oil in the future, in the near future, 3, 4, 6 months down the road, even a year down the road, is going to be less than today. Contango means the opposite, that oil will be more expensive in future contracts down the road, 6 months down the road, a year down the road, right? So it's less, but it's based on current information today. So you have the backwardation curve based on information today. If things start to de-escalate, that whole curve will shift down. The whole backwardation curve will shift down closer to baseline before this crisis. He should have said that. He's an economist. He knows better. Another misrepresentation of the data.
Staying higher for longer because of what the damage that's been done in the Middle East to the infrastructure and to the oil facilities. And so this is another reason why Trump is trying hard to get it over with.
All right, now you can moonwalk back to your second chart. The Fed outlook worsens. What are you looking at there?
You know, I'm trying to be flexible here so we can move around however you want. But yes, so in terms of other things that are worrying Trump is inflation. And the Federal Reserve put out some projections last week. They had been previously projecting 2.4% inflation by the end of this year. They raised it up to 2.7%. And this is because of oil and energy costs feeding through the economy. You've seen airline fares go up. You see a lot of other talk of other prices going up. Diesel fuel's $5 a gallon, really affects the trucking industry. And so that has implications for interest rates too. Before the conflict began, the market was assuming that interest rates would come down by 0.5 percentage point in the course of the year. And as you know, Trump has been banging the drum really hard to get interest rates down. He believes our interest rates are way too high and they should be much, much lower. That's what real estate guys typically think. Then the war begins and the market sees the inflation starting to creep in, and it says, well, we don't think interest rates are going to go down so fast. And so by the time Trump acted, the market was actually pricing in a slight increase in interest rates by the end of the year. Then Trump acts and it moves down a little bit, but still pretty pessimistic about the prospect that interest rates are going to come down any further from where they are now. So this is another reason why Trump is really eager to get this war over with.
So, Steve, we always have.
I definitely think that if this conflict doesn't open up the Strait of Hormuz by the end of mid-April, we're probably going to see inflationary pressures in the economy in the United States. Certain regions of the world will have a higher pulse of inflation. But the chances of the Federal Reserve increasing rates in the middle of a energy crisis is unprecedented. They don't do that. They may be holding the rate, but they're not going to be raising the rate. Now, Trump can move markets. The guy is just mercurial. He's very capricious. You never know. He can do something so out of the blue that can affect markets in a positive way or a negative way. So we may actually have 2 rate cuts this year by the Federal Reserve. Who knows? He definitely needs to end this to have better chances to win in the midterm elections. So there is kind of a time horizon here that's near term to try to de-escalate this for many reasons. But it's really important that the American people realize that we need to get the job done. And getting the job done means not just defanging, but destroying the IRGC and the theocratic regime, that it doesn't rise up again. Because if it does rise up again, we're going to have a bigger problem down the road. Now, maybe it's another 47 years later. We will never have another president like Trump again. Never. In our lifetime, never. So this is the best chance to get the job done. Because we'll probably have presidents like George Bush Sr. or George Bush Jr. or Clinton or a Barack Obama or a Biden. We'll never have another Trump. So do you think that if J.D. Vance won, that he would be, so hell-bent on destroying the theocratic regime? No. Let's say Gavin Newsom wins the presidency. Do you think that he'll be, a hawk going against Iran? No. Just look at who's on the bench for the next presidency, potentially, for either party. You're not going to find a president that's willing to take this risk. So we're in a danger zone if we don't kick the can, if we don't finish the problem. We don't finish the problem in Iran and we kick the can down the road, we're in a danger zone. So who's going to save us? Maverick from Top Gun? I don't think so. We got to get the job done.
Here, we ask you about your time in this building, the old New York Times building, where so much history was made. What years were you here?
I was here in 1975 and 1976 and a piece of 1977.
77, and then you started, did you start going overseas and going to different bureaus?
No, then I went from there to Washington and ended up as the chief Washington economic correspondent during the late 70s when, obviously, as you recall, we had crazy interest rates, crazy inflation, crazy energy prices, all that stuff. In fact, in 1979, we had one of our energy crises. And so I covered the well, I don't know if I can call it even the rise, but certainly the fall of the Jimmy Carter administration, and just watched it for 4 years deteriorate as they really were the gang that couldn't shoot straight, however capable. Some of it.
In terms of the economy, Jimmy Carter was the worst president in my lifetime. Now, in terms of immigration policy, in terms of weakening the social fabric of America, by far, Biden is the worst president.
I was just like,
other than national
Yeah,
security
of
advisor,
course.
is Zbigniew Brzezinski. When Paul Volcker was chosen by Jimmy Carter to be the Fed chief, did Jimmy Carter know that Volcker would do whatever it took, including taking interest rates up to what, 21%?
Yeah.
Was there an understanding in Washington at the time that Carter was doing something that would knock inflation down that might end his presidency?
I think he certainly was hoping for the former, and he certainly knew that Volcker was going to administer pretty tough medicine. Whether he thought it was going to be as tough as it ended up being, I don't know. But Volcker, but remember, G. William Miller had been the head of the Fed right before that, and that had not gone well. The Fed really wasn't responding to the inflation, and so it's just becoming a downward spiral.
It's important to do a critique of what they're setting up here. They're basically trying to say there was an energy crisis during the 70s, late 70s. There was a problem with Iran because of the Iran hostage crisis, and we had high inflation. But the difference is that we were dependent on Middle Eastern oil back then. We literally had a energy crunch. Supplies weren't available, and long lines for the gas station. That is totally different than what we have today. First, we destroyed much of Iran already with 9,000 hits. They don't have a navy anymore. It's gone. We're energy secure with natural gas and light sweet crude. So, and then not just that, our inflation is projected to be 2.7 by year end. Before this crisis, it was projected to be at 2.4. So it's only going up 0.3%. We're talking double-digit inflation during Carter's administration. So you had double-digit inflation. You didn't have energy dominance. And we had hostages in Iran. That's what we had during Carter. What do we have during Trump? 2.4% before this crisis. Now everyone's projecting 2.7. It's still below 3% target. It's not double-digit inflation. And we kicked the shit out of the IRGC. And all these leaders are dead in Iran. No, we don't even know who's really running the show. Totally different. So this is Morning Joe setting up, thinking he's, really suave and that he's an intellectual, and he just sets up the stage because everyone has goldfish memories. No one really understands their history. The situation that we have today is radically different than the situation that we had during Carter. Now, his wife, Morning Joe's wife, Mika, her father was Brzezinski. And for the ones that don't know, Brzezinski was National Security Advisor to Carter. It was under his watch that we had the Iran crisis.
Administration. And so Volcker was their hope, and he did what he had to do. And fortunately for Reagan, when Reagan came in, he had 4 years for Volcker to get this under control and for him to get reelected so he could take the pain in a way that Carter couldn't, because it came right up against his election in 1980.
So where would you guys go down to the Washington Bureau in 1979, 1980 after doing your work? Like what, you talked about what bar you go to here. Where do you guys go to have a drink down in Washington?
Well, Washington was a little less a little less rowdy maybe than New York, but there was an old place called Duke's Ebert's just down the street from the Bureau in Washington. It had been there for like 50 years. And so so that's where we went to hang out. And it's long gone, unfortunately, because it was a fun place.
All right. Well, when Steve Ratner returns, we're going to talk more about the history of this building, and also, can I ask you about? He's our Forrest Gump, because he was where he needed to be in 78, 79, amazing. And then he went to London, and Bureau Chief covered Margaret Thatcher.
Okay, morning, Joe. Economic analyst Steve Ratner. Thank you.
Living
We
his
can have a segment.
Steve Ratner.
Chatting with Ratner. All right.
There you go.
Still ahead on.
All righty. Next. Let's listen into lumber here.
Catch up with L'Oreal and maybe take a little bit of market share, but it's been a struggle. All right, thank you so much. Alan Purnell is joining us for our Stocks to Watch. And for more conversations like this, be sure to subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports, where we offer 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. We are now day.
I want to switch over to Fox News. There's this guy that's missing. There's national security fears of this top scientist that's missing. All right, and maybe he's killed. But my understanding is this guy is tied to UFO technology, or maybe very top secret U.S. technology. Now the question is why is this guy missing? I don't know much about the story, so let's just kind of listen in here.
No harsh side effects like gas, bloating, cramping, or sudden urgency. Miralax for your gut to free your mood.
With Canva AI, you'll never design alone again. Just tag it Canva for instant design feedback and suggestions, all from within the app. Police are searching for a retired Air Force general who vanished in New Mexico. William McCaslin went missing last month. Members of Congress are warning this could be a national security issue. The general was involved with the Pentagon's most advanced aerospace research. He oversaw a classified space weapons program. McCaslin was in charge of the Air Force Research Lab at a base in Ohio. It's rumored that base holds extraterrestrial debris from the Roswell crash site. The general was tied in with the UFO community. A source told the New York Post the general was a gatekeeper for anything UFO related in the Air Force. He retired due to mental fog, but investigators say he's still highly intelligent and capable. McCaslin was an avid hiker. His wife last saw him leaving with a backpack and a .38 revolver. No phone, no glasses. He disappeared 6 days right after Trump announced he was releasing the UFO files. And he's not the only one. 8 months before the general vanished, a rocket scientist who worked under him years ago also went missing. She was hiking in California with two other.
That's weird. That's very weird. Not just him missing, but a staff member years before. Wow. I'll tell you, something's happening here.
They saw her smiling and waving 30 feet behind them. When they turned back again, she was gone, vanished in plain sight. They searched for days and couldn't find any trace of her. This is a very, very strange situation. And 11 days before the general disappeared, another scientist was shot dead on his porch. Carl Grillmar was known for discovering signs of water on a distant planet. He was gunned down in California. Freddie Snyder was later charged with his murder. He has a rap sheet, but was let out of jail by a Newsom-appointed judge weeks before he allegedly killed the scientist. We still don't know his motive. And we don't know if these cases are even connected, but this many top scientists getting killed or going missing in just under a year,
looks like a major red flag. Chris Swecker is a former assistant FBI director. Chris, the mind goes right to a foreign intelligence service. Is that where your gut tells you this is going towards?
Yeah, it is, Jesse. I mean, I understand the UFO angle has a lot of interest, and people love to kind of dabble in that area with their theories. But if you look at these two, they were both involved in very, very sensitive rocket propulsion programs associated with missiles and space travel. And there was one particular piece of technology, certain type of metal, that really liberated us from having to rely on Russian Soviet technology back in the day. So it's really sensitive stuff, and I'm not a big believer in coincidences. So if I were heading up the FBI field office or the FBI right now, I would have a full team on this one just to make sure. I mean, I'd look at everything, dissect their lives, and just see if there's any connection to some hostile foreign intelligence service. They want that information. They've been working to get it for years and years. India, Pakistan, even some of our friends are trying to get that type of technology from us, and they'd stop at nothing to get it.
Yeah, we did hear reports that the UFOs that were recovered are being exploited to, I guess, take advantage of whatever technology that's so advanced that we could apply that to our military. And there's kind of an arms race. Who could ramp up this UFO technology the fastest? Would that be a motive, and also a financial motive too?
Of course. Well, I mean, the motivation to get your hands on that technology cuts both ways. They would like to socially engineer their way into it, get it that way, get it through some sort of other methods that they use, or getting into our military bases with plants. And in some cases, they'll compromise a scientist, and that can lead to problems. Of course, to lead to problems. But he left with a .38 caliber weapon and a backpack, and no wallet, no phone. So you wonder what he was really up to here. Did he anticipate not coming back? No wallet, no phone, and what was he doing with the .38 caliber weapon? So you wonder if he was, if he had been compromised, and he was going to, take the extreme measures to deal with it himself.
Yeah, have you ever heard of situations where foreign scientists are abducted and then, tortured for intelligence?
Yeah, there are examples of that. Most of them we haven't heard about. They're classified. But the Israelis have done this with the nuclear scientists, with hostile services that they've been very proactive in that area. We've taken a few of them out. That they have, maybe with our assistance, maybe not. And it wouldn't be the first time. It happened during World War II.
Now, I may have missed it, but has there ever been recently in the press asking this question to Trump? Now, I could have missed it. I don't know. If someone knows that Trump has been asked this question about this guy, where is he? What's the government doing? Let me know. Put it in the chat.
Targeting German scientists, they were targeting ours, and that's where that whole, the whole R around espionage sort of sprung up. All the James Bond stuff around nuclear propulsion, space travel, all of the weaponry that can come out of that through missile technology.
And you're ruling out this was an alien abduction. You're ruling that out? I'm not sure if you're a believer, Chris.
I'm not going to go there, Jesse. I'll leave that to the people that love to delve in that area.
We're going to leave that to other people. We just we hope we can crack this case. It's serious stuff. Chris, thank you as always.
It's an X-file. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Structural Nano Silver toothpaste. This will help to neutralize, also whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation at the gum line, improve your gum line. And when you have good oral hygiene, guess what? It's going to help with your cardiovascular health and your valvular health. Super important. It's a very powerful toothpaste. It's the best that you can buy. Why? Because it's the structural nanosilver that will help to neutralize. Please go to my store and get the structural nanosilver toothpaste. That toothpaste has no fluoride in it. I also have structural nanosilver gels. You can get it in the tube form or the quick dispenser form. Use them the same way. They're dual purpose. If you have a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn, use the gel, put it on the lesion, it'll help to heal it about a third of the time quicker. In addition, you can use it as a daily skincare. And if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, like during the cold season, guess what? Put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your ears, around your nose, around your eyes, lightly coat your nostrils. It will stay active and neutralized for 5.5 hours. Guess what? You can't do that with Purell. So please go to my store and get the structural nanosilver gel. Stock up, you never know when you need it. And lastly, get the cleanse or the Max 35 or the Max 14. This will help to boost up your immune system. There are different price points, but you use them the same way. Teaspoon a day every day, swish in your mouth, gargle 20 seconds or so, and then swallow it. This will help to neutralize, improve the health of your oral cavity, help with the mucosal barrier, and help the health of the epithelial cells within your oral pharynx so your immune system is boosted up, and it's going to help to neutralize. Super important, especially during the cold season. Take it every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or 2 a day. I've been doing this for 6 years, this protocol. So please go to my store, get the Max 35, Max 14, or Cleanse. Use it every day. And it's also pet safe. A lot of people don't realize this. Like to help with oral hygiene for the pet, put a teaspoon in the water for your pet, either, let's say a dog or a cat, and that will help to improve the oral cavity and also the gut digestion for the pet. So even pets can benefit from this. Okay. Let's listen to Bloomberg here.
Is this a coincidence? I don't know. Is it possible that the US rethought its energy strikes and instead is opting for a storming of Hard Island? Potentially. Again, we should be very careful about speculating here, but it appears that of these moving parts, the moving parts that include heavy military machinery are still moving in one direction, and that direction is continued war.
Dan, what is the view of Israel these days? Do they want to continue to fight to maximize their ultimate position here? Will they do what the U.S. Wants them to do if it is, in fact, end the war?
The Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu at a press conference last week said openly and explicitly that Trump is the leader. That was the word that Netanyahu used, while Israel is the ally. Clearly, there's a pecking order there. Clearly, the United States calls the shots there. I find it very hard to believe the Israelis would continue on what is a very difficult long-range campaign for them. And keep in mind, they have a very lean Air Force, no strategic bombers. They have fighter bombers, F-15s, F-16s, F-35s. It'd be very hard to sustain that campaign without U.S. military support when it comes to suppressing air defenses and the like. Also, the Israelis are very busy in a second front of this war in neighboring Lebanon against Hezbollah, a major ally of Iran. So when it comes to the war in Iran, I don't see Israel continuing it should the Americans call it quits. However, war will continue on Israel's northern front, where it intends to get the job done vis-a-vis Hezbollah, if it can't get the job done vis-a-vis Hezbollah's sponsor in Tehran.
Dan Williams, reporter for Bloomberg News, based in Jerusalem, reporting on the ground events here in this day 25 of this war in Iran. The fighting continues, as we discussed, Paul, and Iran carrying out missile and drone attacks on not just Israeli cities, but also U.S. bases in the Middle East. Israel launching strikes at the western and central Iran, including Tehran. So no indications that the delay of any kind of military strike on Iranian energy infrastructure has resulted in any let up on the actual attacks and missiles attacks.
That's what it seems like the reporting is, that the attacks are continuing on both sides. What we haven't heard is we have not heard from President Trump today via social media posts, and that was just shortly after 7 a.m. yesterday that posted
that had really moved the market.
Well, we haven't heard anything from Cash Jordan in a while. So maybe we should listen in. Now, should we listen about Iran or should we listen about Cuba? Let's listen to Iran. But before we do, listen to Cash Jordan. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take this stack that I'm going to show you to really improve your neural health. Clarity Factor, very powerful stack by itself, but if you stack it with what I'm going to give you, explain to you here, it's going to have a synergistic benefit. Now, Clarity Factor is going to get rid of that brain fog. It's going to allow you to concentrate. You're going to feel the effects almost immediately within 1 day of taking this. And over time, what this is going to do is have positive neuroplasticity. You're going to build those dendritic connections, so you're going to be thinking faster and you have better memory. This is really important to take every day. Drink it with filtered water. Another very important supplement to take to improve your neurons is to take the vitamin B complex. Now, this is really important if you're 40 years of age or older. Vitamin B complex will boost up your energy levels, not just in your neurons, but in your other cells. The first 4 B vitamins will boost up the ATP because it's part of the electron transport chain within the mitochondria. They'll rev up the metabolism, and vitamin B12 helps to protect neurons. So by stacking the Clarity Factor and the vitamin B complex, you're helping neural health. Now, Goodnight Formula has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower for you to get into 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep. So you're detoxifying your central nervous system. You're consolidating memory, and you're going to be well rested. And if you do that regularly, that's really important to help to slow down the aging process and improve the dendritic connections within your hippocampus, but also in the cortical tissue of the brain. Because the more dendritic connections that you have, the better that region of the brain will perform. And there's specialization within the brain for movement, for hearing, for spatial recognition, for processing, for management, for many different activities. Different parts of the brain affect certain things. But if the dendritic connections, if the connections are poor, then that area of the brain doesn't work as well. And you can see this when someone gets older. As the dendritic connections start to recede, as there's poor blood flow in that area of the brain, that region starts to decline. It starts to atrophy. And that person can't move as well, or can't think as well, or can't hear as well, or process as well. So it's really important to prevent that recession of the dendrites, those dendritic connections, and you want to improve the dendritic connections. And when you do that, you're going to slow down the aging process. So it's really important to take the Goodnight Formula, the vitamin B complex, and the Clarity Factor together for that powerful neurostack. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, you get $5 off. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link's in the description. All right, let's listen to Cash Jordan about Iran.
Say hello to Xero, the most loved small business accounting platform in the U.S. Turn your to-dos into ta-das and work confidently from anywhere. It's powerful enough for your accountant, simple enough for you. Try Xero today.
Trump
Posting to
just
Truth Social
attacks
moments ago.
on Iran. Look at
I am
this.
pleased to report that the U.S. and Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations
regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East.
Whoa.
That's good.
Foreign correspondent Trey Inks is live in Tel Aviv with all
What
this
does it
trade. Does
mean?
that catch you by surprise?
Absolutely. This is a major development. President Trump taking to Truth Social, not only to say there are very good and productive conversations taking place between the United States and Iran, but he goes on to say he's ordered the Department of War to postpone for at least 5 days strikes against Iran's energy and power infrastructure.
ceasefire.
This comes after the president issued that ultimatum.
This is Cash Jordan's reaction to yesterday's news, all right? So I want to see where he takes us. But the reality is that it's the markets are looking at this as maybe a head fake. Maybe Trump is, bullshitting the world here.
Weekend about opening the Strait of Hormuz. We don't have any additional information at this point into the president's thinking about this, but this is a president who has applied immense pressure on the Iranian regime through thousands of airstrikes over the past 3 weeks. And this, again, is a president who in the past has indicated he prefers a diplomatic option when one is available. The images you see here are Iranian ballistic missiles soaring through the skies of Israel over the...
This whole thing might be over, and the regime may have just surrendered.
Many, like 15 points. 15 points.
Well,
They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's number one. That's number 1, 2, and 3. They will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that. We are in the throes of a real possibility of making a deal. And I think
Now, if that's the case, then why is oil still above $90 a barrel? If that's the case, why is the S&P 500 below 6,600? Remember, 6,600 was supposed to be a support level. It broke. Now, right now it's trading at 6,575. It's off of its session lows. But the thing is that are we really de-escalating? Or are we just buying time for a land offensive with the Marines?
for a betting man, I'd bet for it. But again, I'm not guaranteeing anything. They want to make a deal very badly.
But they're still striking back against Iran's storage facilities for these missiles, going after many of not only the production lines, but where they keep these missiles.
And they're still destroying the military.
We understand they've been quite successful in those strikes, although the Iranians are still able to get off much of the incoming missile fire here to Israel.
So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess.
Yeah, the trap.
But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Oh, and notice who he doesn't say he's meeting with. He doesn't say he's meeting with this mysterious Ayatollah figure who the world has not seen yet. We've seen his cardboard cutout. He's apparently unavailable for some reason, has not been seen in person since he was anointed supreme leader of the country, which makes you wonder who Iran's got running the show.
I mean, literally, if someone told you 5 years ago that the supreme leader, the new supreme leader, would be presented to the world in a cardboard cutout, no one would believe you. I mean, it's so surreal what is happening. Now, I shouldn't make light of it because, there's a lot of people dying, with this war. But the thing is that it's almost like an SNL skit, but for real. It's crazy.
This is cloudy. This is certainly a major development, Marty, because really since this conflict started, this is the first time that any leader of any party involved in the war has taken any steps backwards, any steps toward de-escalation rather than moving forward with escalation. Yeah. But again, there's a lot we don't know. President Trump says that there is a 15-point plan that the United States, that he says Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have been negotiating with the Iranians for the last 2 days. Wow. We did not know that there was any behind-the-scenes negotiation. And in fact, right now, still, the Iranian side denies that any of this ever happened.
Yeah, they're denying
President Trump claims that not only did this happen, that it's actually moving forward in the right direction. He says it's productive, and for that reason, he says he's calling off his own 48-hour ultimatum where he said the U.S. was going to be striking Iranian power plants.
Yeah.
And he says now, because there is some progress, that's not going to happen at least for the next 5 days.
But this is a confusing situation.
The
because
reason
we've got
why
people-
Trump didn't want to hit the power plants, at least on the surface, he says, is they would disrupt the community within Iran. Well, no kidding. No, what he's more worried about is that the IRGC was going to launch more missiles and maybe hit nuclear facilities within Israel, and that the IRGC was going to hit infrastructure in countries that are tied for the GCC. That's Bahrain and Qatar and UAE and Saudi Arabia, Kuwait. So they basically probably put a little bit of pressure on Trump saying, you need to find another way around this because we need to build up defense strategies. So if these drones come in and try to destroy the desalination plants or destroy the energy production or even the grid for the GCC, if we don't have that, buy some time and have that defense capability, then they're a sitting duck. What it was is that Trump got all pissed off during the weekend and he said 48 hours and or else, not realizing that his or else is actually during trading sessions. Now, if you notice how Trump really works, when he makes a big move, it's when the oil markets are closed on the weekend, not when they open up on Monday. And so his knee-jerk reaction is caused him to have to backtrack, get this to the weekend, and then make the move. Okay. Now, there's another element here. The chief of staff, Sally Weil, I think is her name. She has breast cancer. So she's going for cancer treatment. Now she's still going to work as the chief of staff. But it could have been that she was incapacitated or this ball was dropped because she was busy with her cancer treatment. And there wasn't someone to inhibit Trump's knee-jerk reaction. Now, that's speculative, what I'm saying here, but she is being treated for cancer. She is going to be working remotely, but she might not have that full ability to control Trump, right? So that's another element that I haven't heard anybody say in the mainstream media, that the chief of staff is really important to keep at bay the knee-jerk reactions of Trump.
And then we've got other people who are on TV saying we're not negotiating, and they're denying it. Like, who's in charge in this country? Has the country already collapsed?
But while the focus was there in the south of Israel, regional focus also on the Strait of Hormuz, where President Trump referenced over the weekend the possibility of conducting additional strikes that appear now to be off the table, at least for 5 days. I asked Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about that post.
Yeah, what's Israel going to say?
President Trump said that if in 48 hours the Iranians don't open the Strait of Hormuz, that there will be strikes against the power grids in Iran. Will you participate in those strikes, and what do you think should happen next in this campaign?
I think President Trump knows exactly what he's doing, and whatever we do together, and as far as possible in confidence.
Wow, so Israel is standing behind the U.S. decision for a ceasefire, which doesn't affect offensive missiles, military equipment, or hardware, but does affect the country's energy infrastructure, hitting those.
Or maybe there is no such thing as a ceasefire, and this is just buying time for the Marines.
from Iran into Cuba, which I guess the regime doesn't want. To be honest, nobody wants that.
A bit more cushion. He also says the Israelis are on board with this, although the Israelis just today were launching airstrikes inside of Tehran. So we see the kinetic action still happening. Take a listen to what else President
Those are
Trump
military
said,
targets.
particularly with respect to nuclear weapon development from Iran.
Oh yeah, the nukes.
Tomorrow morning sometime, their time.
When I talk to older Americans, they're worried about Social Security. It's something they really count on.
Social Security helps cover what I need. Medicine.
First
First
of all, people that are already on Social Security and the ones that are going to be receiving it soon, it's going to be there. All right. And you're probably going to get a COLA adjustment annually anyways. All right. So don't worry about it. The question is will Social Security be there for people that are 10, 15 years out before they retire? So these people that are already on Social Security, stop whining. Stop whining. And, you know, the sad thing is, the ones that are on Social Security right now, that retired and they're not on Social Security because of some sort of disability, but they've retired from the workforce, you're a baby boomer. And guess what? Baby boomers have had the presidency for a long time. And during the tenure of a baby boomer being president, a baby boomer, in most cases, running the Senate and the House, caused the debt that we have of $38 trillion. It was under the baby boomers' leadership in government that led to the problems that we have about the insolvency of Social Security. So stop whining. Stop whining. Because you caused the problem.
Largest electric generating plants. They called. I didn't call. They called.
Oh, wow.
They want to make a deal.
So they called.
And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore.
Wow. So it sounds like they have to walk away because that's what this regime wants.
Meantime, it's unclear, Marty, what happens with the Strait of Hormuz, because again, President Trump made this 48-hour ultimatum based on the idea that he was demanding Iran would release its grip on the strait and allow ships to fly through there again. So now we have a situation where President Trump says perhaps the United States and Iran could jointly operate the Strait of Hormuz. He didn't elaborate on details there.
So look, if this ultimatum is on the table, this 48-hour ultimatum that they're going to get hit if they don't open the strait, and then it comes off the table and they called after the president threatened to plunge the country into total darkness, I think we all know what's going to happen if they try to bluff everybody and they're going to launch some attack on the tankers that are headed to countries outside of this conflict.
So again, the president just breaking some news this morning saying that there will be a 5-day delay to any strikes on Iran's power and energy infrastructure. The Israelis not just looking to the east, but also north to the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. You can see some of the exchanges of fire there in southern Israel. As a top spokesperson for the Israeli military said this about the length of the campaign.
The citizens of Israel, more weeks of fighting against Iran and Hezbollah are expected for us. With each passing day, we are weakening the terror regime more and more. We will not allow the terror regime and its proxies to constitute a threat against Israeli citizens and against the existence of the state of Israel.
Even if there is regime implosion and there is a stepping away of the hardliners that have been running this place, you've still got elements, hostile elements, scattered around the world that could do things in the near future.
Again, though, the headline today, President Trump saying in a post on Truth Social just minutes ago that the United States and Iran have had very good and productive conversations over the past 2 days. And again, President Trump is ordering the Secretary of Defense to delay any strikes against Iran's power or energy infrastructure for at least 5 days. Guys?
So we're still waiting, Trey, on any response from the Iranians, because the foreign minister yesterday said, I'm not interested in talking to the U.S. He usually is the spokesperson.
Were they talking behind his back?
Does the American shows.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you have two relatively moderate voices within the Iranian regime that are still alive, the foreign minister and also Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian. Many of the hardliner Shia clerics have been taken out in Israeli and American strikes over the
Like
past
the
3 weeks.
Ayatollah.
But there still is this underlying message that we've seen from the IRGC and other officials in Iran that they want to continue the fight. And so we'll have to do some reporting to determine currently what the situation looks like.
You've got some government officials who want to surrender and others who are like, we want to fight forever. This is a forever war and we're going to win. So the idea that this regime is
part of the ones that are entrenched and want to fight more, part of it's because of their belief in the religion that they will usher in the Messianic age by setting the world on fire. Another part of the IRGC is that if they stand down and the people rise up, they're going to kill them because they're going to hold them accountable for the massacres, the protest massacres. So they're in they have to fight. The IRGC is afraid of the people if the IRGC loses, because they know they're going to be hunted down. Now, to add to the complexity of this, because of the porosity of Europe and the United States, there are sleeper cells. There's going to be world terror, just like there was in the 80s, just like there was in the 70s. Do you remember? I mean, some people can maybe vaguely remember cafes blowing up and buses being blown up. That's what's going to happen because we have had porous borders and a very ineffectual securing of who flows into countries. It's even worse in Europe. I mean, in some areas of Europe, it's almost like the Middle East. And their culture is being destroyed. French culture is being destroyed. The English culture is being destroyed. The German culture is being destroyed. And what's replacing it? What's supplanting those cultures? Islam. Islam.
It is unified, couldn't be further from the truth.
Appears to be a negotiating table, and whether or not the Iranians are serious about creating and referencing a deal with the United States.
They must be serious, or Trump would stop.
That's straight. Because you just talked about a lot of the leadership, they're gone. They're dead. Generals, foreign minister, the foreign minister is still alive. But who's the point person now? Who's the United States communicating with? Do we
I don't know
that?
if we know that.
It's a great question.
The era of the AI trade-off is over. No more choosing between fast and affordable. Welcome to the new base.
It's a great question, and we don't know that. There are a number of people who could communicate on behalf of the Iranian
This
regime.
is breaking news from Bloomberg. Saudi Arabia and the UAE are among the Gulf states considering joining the war against Iran. Okay? Now that just was released by Bloomberg. The energy markets right now are at 91 for WTI. Natural gas is trading at 2.9 right now. All right. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,580. If the WTI doesn't get back down to 88 soon, there's not going to be a de-escalation in the Middle East. So if we don't see $88 a barrel, like by the end of today or tomorrow, buckle up, because this is going to get a lot worse.
Again, these are considered more moderate voices. And while the President Masoud Pezeshkian and others have the ability and in the past have communicated with members of the Trump administration,
they can't say who they're talking to secretly that might have given President Trump the confidence to shut down strikes on energy infrastructure for 5 days. Because whoever that is, if they're revealed and their name is released, something could happen.
Now we don't know who is actually leading any sort of negotiation.
Or maybe they don't even exist. Maybe they're just talking to a cardboard cutout to buy time. Who knows? This could have been a head fake.
That's taking place. According to reports, it is not Iran's current supreme leader, Mustafa Khamenei, who is believed to be gravely injured as a result of an Israeli strike in the opening hours of this campaign.
Will they turn into the Ayatollah?
Continuing, though, the thing to look at here is a de-escalation ladder. We have seen over the past several days the Iranians continuing attacks against Israel and Gulf countries. And if they are serious about creating and adhering to a deal with the United States, you can imagine President Trump and the administration will want some assurances from the Iranian regime that they're not going to continue launching ballistic missiles and drones at U.S. allies and forces across the region.
Yeah, for sure. My guess is whoever they're talking to is somebody that holds enough sway that if they say that they're going to do something and they want to have a talk and they're agreeing to things behind the scenes, and it's enough to get the U.S. to stop elements of this campaign, which we're about to take things further after Trump's recent ultimatum, this has got to be somebody that can tell the military to surrender and get results.
Let me read the full Truth Social that the president just released. I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had over the last two days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East, based on the tenor and tone of these depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week. I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for 5 days, for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions.
So what it looks like is this.
And another thing that no one's talking about is Passover is April 1st at sundown.
There will be talks, secret talks with secret individuals who are probably in hiding right now and who are not being revealed for obvious reasons. But Iran still has a military. There have been reports that the military is fragmented and that different people are doing different things. That's why we see attacks, indiscriminate attacks at non-military targets in countries that aren't even involved in this, like in Qatar and in the UAE. And they still have some missiles and some drones.
For a 5-day period. Meanwhile, growing concerns over Iran's missiles over the weekend, how far they can actually go after Iran launched ballistic missiles towards Diego Garcia, a U.S.-UK base, in the Indian Ocean, 2,500 miles away. So
now you got to understand something. This was a capability that every single person said Iran does not have. They are peaceful. This regime.
This is just proving my point about bioweapons. They couldn't, the intelligence agencies couldn't get it right on the actual distance of the rocketry that they have. How are they going to know that the Iranians aren't building biological weapons in a 1,000 square foot building? I'm telling you, it's not the missiles. It's not the conventional warfare. It's the unconventional warfare, and it's not nuclear. It's biologic. That's the black swan. And everyone thinks that the Iranians couldn't do that. No. Yeah, right. And again, Shias believe is setting the world on fire. But why do we assume that it's fire from a nuclear weapon? Why do we assume that it's fire from conventional weapons? Fevers are higher temperature. Maybe that's what it means. It creates a fire within the body.
Just on the defense, but if you look at the graphic right here, now we've learned that they can reach a lot further than we were told they could reach. And the same people that have been telling us they don't want to have talks with the US, turns out these are the same folks that have been lying about this hidden capability. Watch this.
We intentionally kept the range of our missiles below 2,000 kilometers. So we don't have that capability, and we don't want to do that because we don't have any hostility against, the United States people and or European.
So right here, he's lying. He's lying to the world at large. The representative of Iran, the foreign minister, lying on what their ranges are for their missiles. And no one's willing to ask the question, do you have biologics? What's your biological capability? They have a robust medical community within Iran. Hello? I'm sure they can do research. I'm sure they can boot up a computer and use AI.
Whatsoever.
Oh, really? So that whole thing was a lie. And that was a lie that was picked up and parroted by everybody that said, oh, Trump's doing the wrong thing. He's going after a country that's peaceful and that can't hurt us even if they wanted to. And the U.S. is wrong. And this is just a big mistake. Well, it turns out they were lying. And now that this capability is on the
so they're lying about their missile capability. And you got all those people that are America first and want to be a pacifist. Well, what happens if the IRGC actually uses biological warfare? Is it America first now? Should we be a pacifist? See, it's better to kill off the IRGC and the Ayatollah theocratic regime before there's a problem. You want to get the cancer out early before it metastasizes. That's just a standard procedure. That's part of the SOP, right?
On the screen, the question is, what are they going to do with it if this conflict is almost wrapped up?
Now we know that we've been accusing them of this.
Yep.
They've denied it. And now we know their space program has produced a missile that can go 2,500 miles. So what does that mean?
And Europe
Let's take a look.
said that this was didn't affect
2,500
them.
miles. It's the lighter lavender color. First off, what is now in target? I don't think they're going to
Now
be
think
targeting-
about this. Let's put on our Tom Clancy hat. All right? There's a lot of ports that want oil. And there is oil being filled in tankers that are from Iran, wanting to get to India, wanting to get to China. All right? And what if those oil tankers, what if those barrels of oil, what if the Karoo is carrying a pathogen and it goes to a port in China? All right? And it spreads. And it's because, they want their oil. But the port of entry to many areas of the world could easily spread something. It's not missile capability. It's biologics, because you can't fight it. Well, you can if you have countermeasures, but you can't fight the original entry into your country. You just have to take the hit. And then you can create monoclonal antibodies and inoculations and, different therapies to try to fight it. But all of society, every society can be affected by this. Not just people that are in the 2,485 range from a missile. So if you really want to be asymmetric, if Iran really wants to knock out the big Satan, it's biologics, not conventional missiles. So people would say, well, why didn't they do this in Iraq and Afghanistan? You know, why don't they come up with a program that harms Western civilization? They don't have an educated population, and they don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the supply chain. Iran is more secular than people realize. Iran is educated. Iran has a robust medical and biotech industry. Now, is it as robust as the United States? Probably not. But it's good enough. It's good enough. And everyone's missing it. Everyone. Fox News, Bloomberg, Cash Jordan, Alex Jones, everybody's missing the big elephant in the room. And it's tattooed with a biohazard tattoo, all right? And it's from Iran. You better pay attention to this. Because if we don't kill them, we are in trouble.
Yeah, but it's now targeted.
These are all the countries right here that said that this is not their war, that they don't want anything to do with this, that it doesn't affect them.
All right, okay. You know, do you really think that Rome is going to be bombed? I don't think so. You really think Munich's going to be bombed by their missiles? Nah, I don't think so. Paris? Nah, I don't think so. London? They should hit London, but they're not going to do it. Berlin? Nah. Oslo? No. Moscow? Definitely not. But these places want oil. These places need oil. These places need those tankers that are parked on both sides of the Strait of Hormuz to start flowing oil to the world. And that's the Achilles heel. That's the entry point. That is the danger zone. And how are you going to stop it? How are you going to stop it?
Look, now they're all within range.
Obviously, all these states are going to be targeted and have been targeted. Now let's expand it a little. Look what goes 1,806 and 11 miles, 1,864 miles. You got the capitals of Rome, Munich, Paris, of Italy, Germany, and France. Suddenly they are paying attention, I imagine. Maybe it is their fight.
Maybe.
And of course, in London, where they've decided to just let their military wither. And then we have Oslo and Berlin. Besides that, I think every NATO capital is now under watch.
What if the reason these NATO frenemies didn't want to get involved in this campaign is because they knew Trump was right? Because they knew that when Trump said these guys have long-range missiles and the West is at risk, what if they knew that, hey, we're already at risk. We're already compromised. We don't want to get into this thing in case we are immediately hit. And they knew the capability was there. That's a frightening idea.
No longer speculation. You can't say America's making it up because we just watched two missiles go 2,500 miles.
Yeah.
The first one went, the length knocked down, the other one failed, was heading that direction. What else can I tell you? How about what the rocket looks like?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is not going to bring any astronauts to the moon, but this is what the rocket looks like that goes that far and that long.
Wow.
We know they've made great progress with drones. Now we know they made great progress with missiles. What does that now mean about the danger and the imminent threat?
It means they've been lying, covering this up, and they've been able to get that picked up by sympathetic voices in the United States and in Europe who wanted to see this regime survive and wanted to believe that Trump was wrong. It's like there's this, oh, Trump says it, oh, I automatically think it's a lie. Oh, I automatically think it's a scam. And now we find out it's true.
Were you surprised that they elected to show what they can do with intermediate range missiles?
That's a good question.
Absolutely.
Meet nature's original multivitamin. Grass-fed beef liver, pure, no fillers, and over 80 nutrients to keep your energy high and metabolism.
That's a good question.
Absolutely not, and I'm not surprised they went after Diego Garcia. We use that as a staging base for, strikes, bomber strikes in Iran. So I think they're trying to project power. Obviously, it wasn't successful.
Is this a negotiating tactic? Are they trying to project power at the same time as they're saying there should be a resolution? Do they think projecting power and then trying to negotiate behind the scenes is going to somehow bring this to a close faster and let them survive? Are they buying time is the real question.
But, what that means is they can have that range. They can someday get to a longer range. And when you pair that with a nuclear weapon, it's not just Berlin, it's New York.
Yeah.
So we've been saying this for a while, weapons and stuff.
It's not nuclear. I mean, they could get nuclear and they used it. I mean, they are crazy. But you get more bang for your buck with biological warfare.
Just go back and forth, and we hear rumors and thoughts depending on the president. We decide to approach it differently. Does this actually give the president clarity in order to tell our allies why they need to be involved in this on some level? Why it involves them?
Well, and you can imagine why they're not doing anything. They're worried that those missiles are going to go raining down on their capitals, and they should be worried. Quite frankly, the biggest thing that I fear is that we'll cut this off before we can actually end it. And I think that's the challenge we face. Are we going to allow Iran to continue to develop nuclear weapons and continue to be the biggest state sponsor of terror and grow their missile capability?
So if you allow them to cut up the Strait of Hormuz and then say, okay, sign this document, it's over, they know at any moment they can use that choke point to choke us out again.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely. And I think if you look at that geographic area, the strait is really kind of reminiscent of the Battle of Vicksburg. The South was blocking shipping going down the Mississippi River. And in this case, that's what the Iranians are doing. So we're going to have to set up something like Southern Watch, but also with an emphasis on drones.
But then the other question is, we've got these talks going on behind the scenes. It's very possible that whoever's in charge of the country and in charge of the military right now, who is likely not the Ayatollah, we don't know if he's being captured, if he's been held hostage, if somebody's got him under wraps, or if he's apparently in the hospital or something and unable to be part of leading the country, which is why we haven't seen him. It's very possible that there's complete regime change, and we don't have to worry about any of this, because if the regime's not there, we don't have to watch them like we might have had to watch Saddam.
In order to keep shipping flowing while this goes on.
So where would you be targeting? We have 7,000 targeted, we have a lot of success, AI and precision. What would you do? What would you be focusing on, General?
I would be focused on the areas where are the shipping choke points, which is the Strait of Hormuz. And if you route the shipping in a way that you minimize the threat, perhaps we can get the ships flowing again.
What do you mean by that? How do you go through a small strait in a way to minimize risk?
Right. Yeah, so, obviously they're using small drones. Those have a range to them. So if we look at what are the range of the possible weapons they could use and look at where the choke point is, which is primarily around the Strait of Hormuz, then we can probably create a safe zone that we can get shipping through. And I think they're going to have to be escorted. We're going to have counter drone systems in there, and we're going to have aircraft overhead that can take targets out as they pop up.
So perhaps that's something that is going to happen here. We've got European leaders saying that once the fight is over, they could do some escort duties.
I mean, this is classic. This is just classic French. All right. Macron says France could join Hormuz ship escorts once situation calmer. They don't want to take risks. They don't want to take. See, this is a classic example of a European. You know, it's so true about America. You know, the 20% that actually move the society, not the 80%. The home of the free, right? And the land of the brave. Or the land of the free and the home of the brave. It's the land of the free and the home of the brave. But the point here is, it's part of the ethos of America, of the United States, to be brave. Now, again, it's the 80-20 rule. 20% of the population is really moving the society forward, and 80% is just stupid. But here, you have Macron, the French, not willing to get on the battlefield and get the job done. Well, they got to wait until someone else, the United States, actually calms the situation down, and then they can, you know, they can participate. Where's the risk taking? Where is the risk taking?
Get their oil out of the strait to their country. There could be a coalition operation type thing happening in the strait for these countries that really depend on this oil. And it's not the United States that has a big dependence on oil from this region. Do we get some of it? Yes. Asia, certain countries like Japan get 90% of their oil from this part of the world. Europe gets a lot. This is definitely something that they should be involved in. I just think that now we're wondering, were they afraid? Were they intimidated, knowing that the ballistic threat was a real thing this entire time? Or were they like the pundits and naysayers in America who heard Trump say something and automatically took the opposite position without knowing, without paying attention? But what do you think? Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Myotrol. This will help to reduce atrophy. This is very important to take if you're 40 years of age or older, male or female. Make sure you do some resistance training. Myotrol will help with the gene expression to build muscle and maintain muscle. It's a great way to slow down the aging process. You can also benefit from this if you are an athlete, younger or older, to help build muscle for your sport. Myotrol has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to be able to help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. Resveratrol. Resveratrol helps you with youthful gene expression. It helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence, because cells that are in senescence just collect lipofuscin and collect garbage, and your tissues don't perform as well. You want to get rid of those cells. Resveratrol also helps with your cellular metabolism and your energy levels, because it's an antioxidant and it's going to help the health of your mitochondria, so you have more ATP. Resveratrol also works at the basal layer for your skin. This is the reason why you look younger when you take resveratrol. Stack it with C60 to get the max benefit. And omega-3. Omega-3 is super important to help to control your lipid profile and to bring down systemic inflammation. That way, you're helping your cardiovascular system. Please go to my store, get the omega-3, help with your cardiovascular system, resveratrol with the youthful gene expression, and Myotrol to reduce muscle atrophy. Stack them together for max benefit. Now just think about what this is doing. This is improving your blood flow. This is helping with musculature. This is helping with cellular metabolism and skin health. And by doing this regularly, you're actually slowing down the aging process. Because when you age, you're methylating your genes. When you're methylating your genes, you're shutting them down. You're reducing the expression. This is the reason why when people are younger, they express genes differently than people that are older. Now, don't you want to be younger or do you want to be older? It's up to you. It's up to, you know, it's a free country. But if you take my advice, the stack works. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. All right. Let's listen into Bloomberg here.
in particular in the region on Friday. So I think people have learned to wait and see. And of course, all the shut-ins and the lack of storage indicates that no matter when this ends, there's going to be a delay in restarting shipping and getting that to the ports where it needs to go and getting it into the refineries. So I think this is probably more drawn out than a lot of folks want to recognize at this point. And there's always it might be over in 2 weeks, or it might be over in 4 weeks, and and if that proves to be the case, by the way, then it is just a short-term blip, and that small delay in shortages and in arrivals will be overcome within a matter of months, and then we'll be back to normal. But it's hard to see that happening at this point, given the stance that Iran seems to be taking, which is still pretty bellicose.
So, all right, let's get away from the war. Let's focus on some fundamentals. One of the themes before the war was AI, and stories kind of evolved from just buy everything AI related. The more you're spending on AI, the better. Now the market's trying to differentiate and try to find winners and losers. And boy, before, earlier this year, it was the software stocks that were considered to be potential losers to AI. How do you think about the AI story and the winners and losers?
I think it's let the AI situation in stages, right? First stage, build the capacity to do this, get the models up and running, develop applications. And we're seeing more and more of those happening. And then, of course, the second stage is, as you put it, Paul, who are the potential losers? And everything in software has been thrown into the loser bucket, which we believe is really a misunderstanding of the moat that software companies have created and can create. And that moat was never about their ability to write the code. In fact, they should be among the best beneficiaries, because if code writing gets faster and cheaper and better, then they're going to be the first ones to adopt it. And we're certainly not yet seeing any really significant headwinds for software companies in their sales and in their profits. And I think over time, as they report again this coming reporting season and onwards, we're going to see their numbers for a lot of the companies, the ones that we like anyway, hold up pretty well. So I think that's a misread. I think there's been a little bit of a pullback across the board as folks diversify their portfolios, because they probably got pretty overweight. And diversification is generally a good thing. You're missing out on other opportunities if you're really concentrated.
All right, Joanne Feeney, thank you so much. Partner and portfolio manager at Advisors Capital Management. And it's not just, of course, the software companies. Investors are also discerning the difference between chip makers, right? Memory chip makers have become kind of the go-to play right now, because their memory chips are so in demand by all the AI chip makers and all the hyperscalers, and they can't make enough memory chips, the old school memory chips, to meet demand for all the other things that require those parts.
Yeah, and we had a guest on earlier today from Alger, and he made just a very another bullish case for AI and how they're continuing to focus on that as a major theme. And so it's good to get away from the war talk and say, let's focus on some fundamentals here.
No, absolutely. Yeah. Having said all of that, you look at what is happening across markets. Yields are now rising once again. So we had a little bit of relief yesterday, but you see the 10-year yield now back to 4.38%. What was it on Friday that it ended at? About 4.45?
Yeah.
4.44?
Yeah.
Okay, the 2-year yield inching up to 3.89%. Equities taking a little bit of a hit today, but certainly not giving back all of yesterday's advance.
Yep, absolutely. All right, let's head out to Los Angeles. United is having a crest day after United Airlines. There's lots of news crossing the tape here. Scott Kirby, United Airlines CEO, he's going to be speaking in just a moment with Bloomberg Television's Lisa Abramowitz. And again, we've heard from a lot of the airlines, strong consumer demand, but again, they're dealing with rising
fuel costs.
fuel costs.
Fox Business here. They're making a comment about new terms for Iran conflict. Come on.
The name's Hampton. I've come a long way from my Humpty days, and I've learned a thing or two about crashes and falls. That's why
We're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody. As good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing.
President Trump directing the Department of War to postpone strikes on Iran's energy sites for 5 days. That deadline is Friday, over what he says are productive talks toward a resolution with the regime. I spoke with the president yesterday here during the show, and he told me Iran wants a deal badly. Meanwhile, thousands of U.S. Marines are reportedly set to arrive in the Middle East this Friday. That's the day the president's deadline is set for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, get traffic moving and oil prices lower. GOP lawmakers, meanwhile, are discussing that $200 billion Pentagon ask for the Iran conflict and whether or not they should attach the defense funding to a reconciliation package, also now being spoken about. Joining me now is Iowa Senator Joni Ernst, a member of the Senate Armed Services and Homeland Security Committees. Senator, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. And you served as a company commander in Kuwait and Iraq and retired as a lieutenant colonel in the Iowa Army National Guard after 23 years of service. I want to thank you for your great service to this great nation. What are your thoughts on the status of this war today?
Yes, absolutely. This is a noble mission, Maria. Thank you so much. And Iowa has lost significantly in this conflict. That first strike coming from Iran did kill a number of our Iowa soldiers and those assigned to a unit located in Des Moines, Iowa. So we are feeling the pain. But the reassurance is there that this action will make the United States that much safer. We will be able to protect our people as they travel abroad from the threat of those Iranian terrorist proxies, as well as our citizens here in the homeland. So again, it is a noble mission. I do hope that President Trump completes this mission and we will end up with a more stable and peaceful and prosperous Middle East.
Well, in order to complete the job, the Pentagon says it needs $200 billion. Are you poised to support that?
I think it's really important, Maria, that those representing the Pentagon and the pocketbook come together and we discuss what exactly that $200 billion would go towards. Will it be towards munitions? Will it be to additional platforms? All of that needs to be laid out for us. And I think if they present a convincing argument, absolutely, of course, I am one that would be likely to support a package like that. But we do have to have the specifics on where that money is going to go.
And what's your take on a potential reconciliation package before the midterm elections, Senator?
Well, I absolutely would love to see another reconciliation package. I do think this is important, and I think we have a number of Republicans on board with that.
Well, I just spoke with Congressman Andy Barr, and he made an interesting point to me. Now, when I spoke with Mike Lee about the SAVE Act on Sunday, he told me, well, we couldn't put the SAVE Act in a potential reconciliation package because it's not a budgetary item. Right. But Andy Barr was with me, and he actually convinced me otherwise. Watch this.
We do need to use the tool of reconciliation for all of these issues. I think we do have the makings of a potential deal to fund partial DHS. But Maria, this is.
But you can't put the Save America Act into the reconciliation plan.
You would have to recast it. You would have to change it and make it into a budgetary issue.
How do you do that?
Well, it would obviously relate to funding of states to implement the provisions.
Oh, okay.
So
maybe there is a way.
I think there's potential ways to get creative with it, and if there's a way, we should pursue the Save America Act. But we need to put the Democrats on record.
Senator, if your colleagues on the left refuse to institute proof of citizenship for people to vote, then is there an argument to be made that if you're going to be giving, you'll be giving money to states to institute secure elections, maybe it becomes a budget item? What do you think?
It sure could be, Maria, and that is an interesting take on it. And if you hear part of the argument coming from the Democrats as well as, people can't afford to go through the process and get these IDs, blah, blah, all the same old excuses. Well, what if the federal government was to fund a voter ID for them, a government issued ID. So there's a number of ways that we could be creative with this, and I'm willing to explore those opportunities because I think this is that important.
Yeah, you're not going to get it done if not. But let me get your take on the other big news of the morning, and that's Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin confirmed to lead the Department of Homeland Security, a 54-45 vote last night. When are you expecting him to be sworn in?
Well, hopefully very soon, if not today, very, very soon after. So I know the president is anxious to get Senator Mullin, now Secretary Mullin, into place, and we are anxious to see this as well. We know that he is key when it comes to the negotiations for DHS funding. We must end this impasse. We must make sure that we are funding those that are out there on the front lines protecting our homeland.
Well, it's incredible because you're not getting any support to do so from the Democrats. So how do you break that logjam? Let's say he's sworn in today at 1:30 is what Ashley is telling me that it will be today, and we're watching that. Is he going to be able to move the needle in terms of opening up the department?
I do think so, and I think there have been some productive talks in the last day or so moving toward ending that impasse. I think the Democrats are feeling the heat. Obviously, we want to make sure that the men and women that are working within the structure of DHS are being paid. It is incredibly important. Our TSA agents are seeing those paychecks, our Coast Guard and so forth. So I do think we're moving in the right direction. I do think that Secretary Mullin will be key to this. He is someone who has worked across the aisle many, many times, and we've seen excellent results coming from his discussions, whether it was here in the Senate.
All right, let's go back. Let's go to Representative Stefanik talking about the worst governor in America, Governor Hochul from New York State, and the worst mayor in the world, Mondani.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul now begging wealthy residents to come back to the liberal state after telling Republicans to get out of town just 4 years ago. Watch this.
Just jump on a bus and head down to Florida where you belong, okay? Get out of town. Get out of town.
All right, so she said this on August 22nd, 2022. Now imagine that. And then the rich decided to pack their bags, put it in their Gucci luggage, right? Put their clothes in their Gucci luggage, and then they flew off to Florida. And now, March 11th, 2026.
I need people who are high net worth to support the generous social programs that we want to have in our state.
Now think about that.
No.
Think about that. They can't support the social programs because they destroyed the economy. Maybe the answer is to truncate or eliminate the social programs. That's the answer because you can't afford it. You can't keep on demonizing people that are actually the engine of commerce. You can't keep on demonizing the ones that are the doers in society. It's that 20-80 rule. 20% of the country is moved in the positive direction economically. 80% are just riding the coattails of the 20%. That has been like that for many decades. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not crony capitalism. There are crony capitalism. There are problems with, certain legality. It's not laissez-faire capitalism. We want things that are regulated. We want people to play by the rules. But the thing is that when you keep on pushing progressive policies that the society can't afford, don't be surprised that the 20% decide to go away. Isn't this the main story of Ayn Rand? Is this the main story about if you have socialism taking hold in the society, the doers will just find an island, will do commerce somewhere else. Atlas shrugged. Now, who's Atlas? Atlas is this mythical character holding the earth on their shoulders. Well, this is the 20%. That's Atlas. You kick out Atlas, don't be surprised the world crumbles. It's not supported. That's what's playing out in real time in New York. Exactly what Ayn Rand wrote in Atlas Shrugged.
Some patriotic millionaires who stepped up. Okay, cut me the checks. They just, if you want to be supportive, but maybe the first step should be go down to Palm Beach and see who you can bring back home, because our tax base has been eroded.
Wow, that'll be a hard sell for top earners as New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani pushes a 9.5% property tax increase on residents to fill the city's more than $5 billion deficit hole. Joining me now is New York
Now think about
Congressman
this. They want to increase the property tax in New York by 9.5%. There are many people that have two properties. Maybe they live in one and then they rent out another in New York. Okay? That means they would be hit 9.5% on one property and an additional 9.5% on another property. The rich are going to leave New York. There's no reason to stay. First of all, you shouldn't even own in New York. It's stupid. You should be owning in suburbia. But the point here is that this tax hike plan proposed to close New York City's $5.4 billion deficit. Well, part of that deficit was financing all these illegal immigrants. You know, they stayed in hotels. They were given freebies. That costs money. What about their children going into the school system? That costs money. They're not even American citizens. They're not here illegally. They're not here legally. They're here illegally. And now we have a deficit of $5.4 billion. Maybe New York City should stop the social programs. Instead of asking rich people to move back, instead of asking for more money from the middle class, because most of the people here that are going to be affected by the 9.5% aren't going to be the rich. It's going to be the middle class that are homeowners, that own their property or have a mortgage on their property. The far majority of the people that are affected by Mamdani's policy here is the middle class and the upper middle class, not the uber wealthy. The uber wealthy is already out. The answer is reduce the programs. Oh, you can't have that because you get a person in there like Mamdani or Hochul and they promise the world, they promise the moon. But once they're there and they realize that they can't deliver, then they start demonizing people and begging and having all these schemes to erode the middle class. Socialism never works, ever, ever. And socialism is just a one step away from communism, one step away from Marxism. Marx came from a wealthy family. Marx was an educated individual, Karl Marx, and Marx was a lazy ass. Just like the typical liberal coming out of school thinking they know it all, but they're not willing to do anything. They're part of the 80%. They're not part of the 20%. These people like Karl Marx, these people like Hochul and Mamdani, they think they know better. They think that they should tell you how to live your life. They don't subscribe to the idea of the Enlightenment. They don't subscribe to the idea of life, liberty, and property rights. No, they believe in top-down government. They believe that what you earn, they should be able to take away for the good of the people. That's not the Enlightenment.
Great to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Great to be with you, Maria.
Well, the funny thing is everything's on tape, so we know what Kathy Hochul said initially, and now we know she's begging everybody to come back.
That's right. And the reason why people have left New York in such a historic number is highest taxes, highest insurance costs, highest healthcare costs, most regulatory.
Now, you have to remember, Stefanik, all right? You know, I'm going to call balls and strikes here. You know, I'm the umpire of the day, I guess. Stefanik, she was the one that went after Claudine Gay, kicked her out of Harvard. She did a great job in doing that. She was the one that said, you know, to Claudine Gay, her policies were anti-Semitic. Okay. She ended up getting a lot of notoriety. Stefanik. She just said that she was going to run for governor of New York and then bailed out. So she gets all of the stir and, you know, and momentum for her campaign, and then all of a sudden she decides to bail out and not run for Congress because she's a congresswoman, and decided to bail out for the governor's race in New York City, or in New York State. All right? But now she's going to be on Fox Business, and she's going to say how bad Hochul is. And Hochul's bad. But why is Stefanik chicken out? Why? Did someone get to her? Did someone, you know, threaten her somehow? Who knows? Who knows? Did someone, you know, pay her off to, you know, step aside? Who knows? There's something odd about Stefanik. Even though what she did in Congress against the Ivy League, I was for. I mean, she absolutely 100% home run. Did a great job. But why did she chicken out? If she really sees that there's a problem in New York, and she has the notoriety within the Republican Party to perhaps prevent Hochul from being governor, why did she chicken out?
So there has been a mass exodus. We've lost a congressional seat in redistricting as a result of this. So people are fleeing the failed policies of single-party Democrat socialist rule in New York. And Kathy Hochul owns that. It's why she's the worst governor in America. And now you have a mayor of New York City who is proposing even higher taxes.
And if you take a picture of Hochul, you got to wonder, how much makeup does she need every day? Whitmer, which is the governor of Michigan, which I'm sure is going to be running for president of the United States. Whitmer and Hochul, they're from the same cloth. Female, ultra-liberal, pushing progressive programs, and they need a lot of makeup. And then they have the audacity to tell you that your carbon footprint is too much and that you need to curtail your life because you got to save the planet. Meanwhile, they cake on the mascara like they're Queen
Only
Latifah.
going to fuel people leaving New York. But it's really shocking to watch that clip, to hear her tell people to leave and begging them for them to come back.
It really is. Do you think after, if she wins this race, that she'll go back and just agree with Zoran Mamdani and everything? She's just telling us that she's against stuff, and then after the election, she just goes back to who we know she is?
Exactly.
The president, she did this with congestion pricing. When she said she's not going to increase congestion pricing, as soon as the election was over, she went ahead and raised those, and that is a tax on commuters. It's a tax on
Yeah, but Stefanik, why'd you chicken out? Do something about it.
I fear, and my concern is she's going to do that on energy issues, where she is kicking the can down the road on this natural gas ban. She has every intention of implementing that after the election and every intention of raising taxes. Meanwhile, you look at states like Florida, where you continue to see businesses, population moving there because of the very friendly economic climate. So this is what single party rule leads to. But I will tell you, one of the results that I've delivered is delivering the tax cuts, the largest tax cuts in history with President Trump, raising of that state and local tax deduction. That's the biggest tax cut. I was the tip of the spear in getting that done, negotiating with the President and Secretary of Treasury.
Which is why.
But she chickened out and wasn't willing to run for governor.
All thought you would change things in New York, but you stepped out of the New York governor's race. Why?
I did. It was a difficult decision. We have a very slim majority in the Congress, a one vote, and that work is very important to run through the tape and get that done this year and complete my term. I also am a mom. I have a 4-year-old who is in pre-K4. I'm teaching him to read, and I want to make sure that when you're running for a statewide office, it needs to be...
Let me get this straight. She knows that social programs are destroying kids' education because just look at the data. Kids can't read and write because the liberals are in control of the educational system. So she's saying, I'm not going to run for governor so I can teach my kid to read, but yet I'm going to let everybody else's fucking kid end up with poor outcomes because she's willing to let another Democrat run for governor, win, and destroy the state of New York. That's what she just said. But she sugarcoated it because she's a mom.
In all the way, and it is responsibility for me, both as a mother, but also as a member of Congress for my district. So I'm excited about the work I've been able to deliver. There's lots of opportunities ahead to not only save our state, but save America, because the stakes could not be higher.
Yeah, sure is. You're right. Another topic you've been monitoring.
She could still do her congressional job and run for governor of New York. So quit the bullshit. She's selling out. That's what she's doing.
Shown such leadership on. A new report shows anti-Semitic incidents have jumped globally by 34%. In the first week of the Iran conflict, you were the leading voice on this, holding universities accountable for their inaction on anti-Semitism on campus after the attack on October 7th. Thank you so much for that. You have a book, Poisoned Ivies, the inside account of the academic and moral rot at America's elite universities.
Think about that. She just got a new book out. She's in the mainstream media selling a book. See, I told you that she was selling out. But she told you that she was busy teaching her kid how to read. She told you that she has to focus on her duties in Congress. But she's got time to write a book. Now, maybe she had a ghostwriter and she really didn't write it. That's possible. But this is the point I'm making. They're all checking out and they're not willing to get on the battlefield and fight for America. Stefanik, she's sold out. She's a chicken shit.
What's the situation like today?
It continues to skyrocket. This is it's a moral crisis across the country, but around the world. And we've seen that uptick since the start of the Iran war. But look at the state of New York, where you have a very large Jewish population that has skyrocketed. And the book goes into depth on the hearing heard around the world. Many people saw that hearing with Harvard, Penn, MIT presidents, and then the Columbia president who failed to address the pro-Hamas encampments and the anti-Semitism against Jewish students. The book goes into depth. It's a behind the scenes, and there are some blockbuster moments that have not been reported before. It comes out April 14th. But importantly, President Trump and Secretary Linda McMahon have taken significant action based upon that hearing, executive action, and we've passed legislation to address this.
By the way, how much influence do foreign countries have in our universities? I mean, they're big donors. Qatar is number one. China is number two. Do they have influence in how we govern our students?
It's a huge problem. It's something not only do I go into in the book, but I go into in education hearings. We passed legislatively what's called the Deterrent Act to make sure that there's more transparency. The Department of Education just released last year's numbers. Last year alone, Qatar gave over $1.2 billion to U.S. universities. And my concern is it shapes the curricula, it shapes the professors, the Middle Eastern Studies programs, where you have pro-Hamas professors.
I'm telling you, someone told her to step aside, or else we'll make it easy for you. We'll give you some sort of publishing deal. You'll make some money, maybe a couple $1 million. I don't know what her deal was, but the thing is that they're paying her to exit the stage, and she sold out. You know what's sad is that she was on the right path. Someone that's conservative, someone that is saying that we need to turn the tide, make America stronger, and we need to reboot conservatism within the Ivy League, within our educational system. She was on the right path, but she sold out. Fellow Ivy Leaguer, sold out. Bullshit.
Blockbuster media reports just this week of professors at universities in this country who are affiliated with the Iranian terrorist regime. That should not be happening. So we have to get at the root of this. We have to make sure that we're standing up for American values when it comes to educating our next generation of leaders.
Of course, that's really important.
Yeah, but she's going to stay at home and teach her kid to read while everybody else's kid turns retarded. They'll end up getting out of school and not knowing anything. Do as I say, not as I do. Amazing how that works. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the digestive enzyme complex. This will help to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids to reduce the load on your pancreas. Once you turn age 40, no matter how healthy you are, your pancreas doesn't perform as well as it should be. It's important to take this, reduce the load on your pancreas, and you'll be able to digest your foods properly. In addition, this has bromelain, which is an enzyme to break clots, and this has the proteolytic enzymes to break up glycoproteins. Really important, especially during the cold season. That's the reason why I said, take digestive enzyme complex during the crisis of 2020. You just listen to me and just do what I tell you to do, you'll be fine. Vitamin D3. Vitamin D3 helps with gene expression because it's a gene expression cofactor. A lot of people don't know that. And vitamin D3 helps to absorb calcium. If you do resistance training, you're going to build denser bone. And vitamin D3 helps with cardiovascular health. And it'll help to get cells to go into apoptosis if they're infected. That's another reason why you should be taking vitamin D3 during the cold season. And this dual-purpose supplement, olive leaf extract, brings down inflammation and controls your lipid profile. This is going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Please go to my store, get the supplements, stack them the way I'm telling you to, and guess what? You're going to slow down the aging process and have more vitality. So if you stack this particular stack here, you're helping with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. You're helping with the health of your pancreas and your digestion. And D3 will help with bone density, cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Amazing, amazing. Let's listen into another clip about Mamdani.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With Wix, you can grab yours now and then get to work.
The New York Post calling out socialist mayor Zoran Mamdani for his new budget proposal, writing, quote, Mamdani hasn't offered any fresh thoughts since dropping a quote-unquote helpful list of taxes that the legislature or city council could increase to gin up more cash for him to spend. He'd rather...
Literally, Mamdani is more dangerous to New York City than the Ayatollah.
The rich, but is willing to tax everyone, whatever it takes. Joining me now to break this all down is Democratic strategist Melissa DeRosa. Melissa, the best part about this article in the Post is this juxtaposition. You have the progressive controller, telling the socialist mayor, hey, bro, you're spending way too much money. So looking ahead and broadening this out to the entire country, is this the kind of Democratic leadership coming to a city or state near you with the midterms literally right around the corner?
Good morning, and thank you for having me. Well, look, he clearly is the perfect foil for every Republican around the country. And just to put this budget into context, 10 years ago, in Mayor Bloomberg's last year as mayor, the size of the New York City budget was $70 billion. What Zoran is proposing is a $128 billion budget, which means the budget has grown almost 50% in the length of 10 years. And it's larger than the entire state of Florida, which has, I believe, around 30 million people, and New York City has 8.5 million people. So it certainly does embody all of the worst stereotypes about Democrats: tax and spend, reckless, lighting your money on fire, feeling resentful towards a government that doesn't give back to you. And on top of it, Zoran, who ran on tax the rich, tax the rich, tax the rich, is now to the point of your lead-in thing, tax literally everyone, soup to nuts. And so it's a very bad situation here in New York.
It begs the question for me, who is getting this money in reality? Because we know that you always hear, oh, the poor people are going to get the money. They never end up getting the money. The working class never ends up getting the money. The middle class never ends up getting the money. So who's making money off of that increase that you just highlighted?
Well, look, a lot of it is unions, right? Such a large percentage of spending in New York City goes towards education. And in New York City, we spend more per pupil, heads and shoulders above the rest of the country. And yet our results consistently.
The results are the kids are stupid. Can't read, can't write, can't do mathematics. And they continue to vote Democrat.
In the middle of the pack. And so a lot of this is frankly rot within the system, within the pension system, within all of the perks that the unions are doling out to their members and that politicians sort of buy in exchange for their endorsements. And then you don't see the results. And so in a few short months since Zoran has been in office, we've seen garbage collection get worse. We've seen a snowstorm that resulted in between 19 and 26 deaths, depending on how you're counting them, that were totally...
And don't forget, when you don't pick up the garbage, the rats get bigger because they have more food supply.
Liberal policy of people are allowed to die on the streets. And now you're seeing a situation where not one, not two, not three, but 4 national credit rating agencies are giving warnings of a bond downgrade because of the budget math that he is playing. And the comptroller put it pretty perfectly when he was on television over the weekend. He said quite simply, we are spending more than we are taking in. The math is not mathing. Every other family in America sits around the table and makes tough decisions except the New York City government. And so it'll be an interesting ride to see where this goes. But to your point, he's no longer talking about tax the rich. He's saying property taxes, which affects everyone who has attained the dream of home ownership to the tune of 9.5%, which is outrageous. He's talking about the estate tax, which means, and not just the estate tax of $5 million, lowering that threshold to $750,000.
That's insane.
That's the value of someone's home. It's crazy.
Think about that. Mamdani thinks that he should tax your estate. Let's say you're a little old lady in, I don't know, let's say Upper East Side. All right. And you're drinking tea, you're 80 years old, and all of a sudden you have a heart attack and die. And your property is $750,000. That estate's going to get taxed and go to his social programs. And a lot of the money is going to illegals. Do you think that's fair? Do you think that's fair? That's socialism for you. That's Napoleon the pig from Animal Farm.
Yeah, and cutting it in half 50%. So the idea that you could leave your family anything when you die is out the window.
It's completely out the window.
It's just, it's a mess.
Melissa, we got to leave it there because we're running up against Fox and Friends. Now the question becomes, does Albany cave to Zoran Mamdani? We'll have you back because I know you know a little something about Albany. Melissa, thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Crazy, isn't it?
Jackery has a lot of unit.
Amazing. All right, let's listen to Al Jazeera here. What's going on?
Nick, there has to be, at some point, signaling on the battlefield. So, obviously, in the middle of negotiations, sometimes in the negotiations, you actually are negotiating both in the room and on the battlefield. So sometimes you get an escalation while you're negotiating in order to build leverage. But that's very dangerous. In this case, when you've got so many antagonists, okay, and potentially if Saudi Arabia and the UAE enter it, so it's very dangerous. But I think hopefully at some point, some of the signaling, for example, right now, Qatar, for the last number of days, we have not received any attacks, right? So part of the signaling could be that the Iranians understand that they want to limit their. So I think the question is, will the Americans and the Israelis provide the kind of signaling required to send the Iranians a message that this is not just a ruse, it's a real negotiation?
What about Iran's ability to make decisions as a collective leadership? Because, to say the least, it's in some disarray and just been dispersed and decapitated, and then those that are there looking to the sky and fearing a missile strike at any point in time. So how are we fixed with that in terms of actually coordinated approach?
Yeah, it's a great question, Nick. I think that there is a possibility of some freelancing that goes on because there is a decentralized. It's not so much that they've lost command and control. We don't know, by the way, how much command and control they have. But the fact that there are independent decision-making processes going on at the provincial level or down at the level, that was by design in order to, in case the regime did become decapitated, they could still operate. So the risk of that is there could be some freelancing, but I think in terms of negotiation, it probably either Halibaf or Pezeshkian or Al-Ghashi probably could have the capacity to negotiate. And then it's up to them to then rein in their own on all sides. There's always freelancing going on. It's a lot easier to say you're going to stop a war than to actually stop it. It requires a lot of coordination and choreography.
All right, Ross, leave it there for now. Thanks very much for that.
Thank you, Ross.
Well, the government of the Philippines has declared a national energy emergency, saying the war in the Middle East created imminent danger for the stability of the country's energy supply. This follows a 2-day nationwide public transport strike against the rising cost of fuel. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has ordered action to be taken to prevent fuel hoarding and profiteering. Juan Vilo brings us this report from the Philippines capital, Manila, on how the government is managing the crisis.
Well, the Philippines officially now under a state of national emergency, nearly a month since the United States and Israel first launched strikes against Iran. This declaration made by President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. following an interview with Bloomberg, where he painted a gloomy picture saying Philippine-flagged commercial airplanes could be grounded if the conflict in the Middle East continues and oil and gas shipments remain disrupted. But nothing exemplifies this state of emergency more than...
We're going to listen to Gerald Keane talking about Iran diplomacy. Let's see here.
Trust the pros.
We're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody. As good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing.
President Trump confirming the news that he broke with me here yesterday after delaying any additional strikes on Iran's power plant infrastructure, giving Tehran 5 days to open the Strait of Hormuz, even with the ongoing negotiations with the regime. New reports suggest the White House is preparing to deploy troops to the Middle East as early as this Friday, including 3,000 paratroopers, roughly 2,500 Marines, 2,000 sailors, and 3 amphibious ships. Joining me now is Fox News senior strategic analyst and chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, General Jack Keane, back with us. General, thanks very much for being here. A status check from your standpoint on this war as we await U.S. Marines slated to arrive in the Middle East this Friday.
Yes, well, as you're reporting, obviously what's taking place.
Isn't that odd? They arrive once the deadline of negotiations ends.
President Trump wants to explore this option in dealing with negotiations. What took place over the weekend is the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia hosted a get-together with the foreign ministers of Egypt, Turkey, and Pakistan, and they concluded that it is worth a try here to work a deal between the Americans and certainly Iran. And that overture to the United States took place after an overture also to Iran, explaining there was a possibility. And then intermediary talks began, not directly with the United States and Iran, but indirectly through intermediaries. And that is why two things are true here. We're saying we're negotiating with Iran, and we are through intermediaries, and Iran is saying they're not negotiating with us. Well, they're not. They're going through intermediaries. But the reality is, the president, I think, is trying to accomplish with this diplomacy the goals that he's attempting to achieve and would achieve through military operations. To remind our audience, there is no doubt in the minds of the military commanders of the IDF and the military commander Admiral Bradley Cooper of the Central Command, our military forces that are doing the striking against Iran, that we would accomplish these military goals, to include opening of the Straits of Hormuz. We would force that opening and keep it opening. But what's taking place here is, through diplomacy, can we accomplish the same end states that we're attempting to achieve through obviously attacking Iran? And that is denude them of their ballistic missile capability, drones capability, of anything where they can sustain attacks, take away their nuclear capability completely, and take away their future capability as well, and obviously open the Straits of Hormuz.
Yeah.
Can we achieve that through diplomacy? I'm highly skeptical. Why? Because this is a regime for 47 years. They're pathological liars, and they're cheaters, and it's very difficult to take them at their word. I'm not saying don't.
Iranians are smart. They know how to buy time. They know how to use the international community. And this is the reason why. Don't keep your guard down. Don't let your guard down. I think they're working on biological weapons. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Boomer Boost. This has 68 nutrients, and this will focus on different systems. This will help with cardiovascular, musculature, brain function, energy levels, help to control blood glucose levels. You take this regularly, you're going to slow down the aging process, bring down inflammation, help with your endocrine system and your immune system. Please go to my store, get the Boomer Boost. This stacks also with heirloom barley. Now, you can take them separately, or you can stack them. Now, heirloom barley will detoxify your body, soak up free radicals, and bring down inflammation. And when you're bringing down inflammation and soaking up those free radicals regularly, you're helping your immune system, your endocrine system, your cardiovascular system, and brain function. Keeping down inflammation is a key to slowing down the aging process, but soaking up free radicals. Because free radicals is what's rusting you. It's degrading your tissues. You want to soak those up. So please go to my store, Get the heirloom barley. You can take it separately. This is a month's supply, or you can stack it together. Please go to my store, get the heirloom barley and the boomer boost. Let's go back to Gerald Keane.
But I think the president certainly and his negotiators know who these people are.
Yeah.
And we'll see what they're really willing to put on the table.
I'm glad you said that. I was just going to say that, and you said it more bluntly that they are liars. I mean, look, they told us they did not have long-range missiles. It's very concerning to many people the fact that they sent 2 long-range missiles to Diego Garcia Island, and now we understand.
Worry about biologics, honey. Maria Bartiromo, worry about biologics.
That those missiles, they have access to these missiles that actually have the potential to hit much of Europe. How concerned are you about that?
Well, of course, we're concerned about it. It's one of the reasons why I think this whole operation was justified, because of Iran's threat to the stability of the region and threat to Israel and our partners. And why wait for them to do something? The idea of doing this operation was to prevent something bad from happening by taking positive action to end this once and for all. That was the motivation here. A lot of opposition in the United States and around the world in terms of why are we doing something like this. The president tried to explain it, but it fell on some deaf ears, certainly. And that was, as you pointed out, that's a clear example of one of the dangers that was rising and concerning Israel and the United States. We were absolutely convinced, because we had the evidence, that they wanted to build ICBMs. That means an intercontinental missile that could transit oceans, that similar to what Russia and China have. And that obviously, what's the reason for that? That is to threaten the United States. So yes, the motivation here was sound, to take this capability off the board once and for all. If we can do that through negotiations, obviously we weren't able to do it before the war through negotiations. If we can do it now because we have leverage to do that, and we absolutely are confident that it's real, and these guys are really going to bend and take a knee here, it remains to be seen. What do they want out of this? Regime survival, recover, rebuild, sanction removal, and they're going to want compensation for all the damage done. We'll see what this deal really entails.
And there's an added one to that list: revenge. And that revenge is what scares me. This is the reason why it's so important to destroy the IRGC and not allow them to reconstitute. The same thing with the theocratic regime of Iran.
When we get down to the specifics.
What are the chances that the U.S. will be able to put in enough security to take down their drones? I want you to help us understand the guts of this operation when it comes to the armament, the weapons, because we've been doing a deep dive on drone technology. I spoke with the CEO of AeroVironment on Sunday, Wahid Nawabi. Here he is, and here's what he said about the drone security needed right now. Watch.
That's in the first few.
Doug Grimangine is here, and I live for operational excellence. Cute makeovers? I see shop instinct. Checkouts?
That's in the first few days of this conflict. Iran had launched over 2,000 kamikaze drones, the ones that, such as Shahid, is one of those such drones. And these are being.
This is fascinating. This is fascinating. I've been saying that we're in World War III, right? You know, some people say we're in Gulf War III, but no, we're in World War III. Kamikaze drones. What does that remind you of? The Pacific War and World War II? There's hints of what was going on in World War II. Now, it's rhyming. There's a rhyme that's happening with our this timeline that we're on.
Bases, as well as some of our closest allies in the region. So this type of warfare has never been actually seen before. It's never been experienced before until the Ukraine conflict. What we need as a country is the ability to defend against these types of drones and at a layered approach. And a layered approach means that you have different mechanisms of defending against them, so you can actually defeat these targets economically, effectively, and efficiently as they are launched and you're being attacked by them.
General, your reaction?
Yeah, we're well aware of all of that, given we're in the 5th year of war in Ukraine, and certainly taking a layered approach is exactly what Ukraine is doing. What's happening here?
There are 3 theaters happening right now. 4, if we want to get into the details of this. The first theater, European theater. Second, Middle Eastern theater. Third, the Asian theater that's starting to heat up. And fourth, South American theater. You still think that we're not in World War III?
Drone warfare, obviously, it has a technological advantage for the time being, but balance is coming into play. For every new technology in terms of weapon system, there always comes an effective countermeasure that brings it back into balance. That is happening as we speak. We have electronic warfare to separate drones and knock them down because you're separating the transmitter to the drone. We have counter drones that are very effective. They're used in Ukraine. They've knocked down these Shahed drones. They've knocked down over 4,000 of them. And that technology is in the hands of our people on U.S. bases today. And if we're going to move ships through...
Now, a lot of people don't know the whole storyline of Dune. All right, you know, it covers about 15,000 years in the storyline, and I only know a little bit, pieces of it. I remember watching the original movie. I believe it was from David Lynch. But I never really liked the series because I was more Star Wars kind of sci-fi movies, right, than the Dune series. But there's something to be learned from Dune. And that is to say, in this whole storyline, it's about mankind and robotics and AI, and you can almost see the early days of the Dune story now. This is before what they call the Space Guild, all right? But you can see that if we survive all this stuff, how 1,000 years from now, 2,000 or 3,000 years from now, what's going to happen with man and machine, transhumanism, and how that transhumanism will end up trying to control the purists, the humanists, what I call the monks. But you can see this moving in that kind of direction. It's sad because I think the world would be better if we have more humanists than transhumanists, less technocrats and more humanists. But you can see in the way the warfare is progressing, the way the society is progressing, the development of these machines, the need for this consumption of energy, right? It's not going to bode well for mankind if you have the perspective of humanism. Now, transhumanists will love it. You know, maybe you can get uploaded into the cloud. But, you know, the thing is that it's sad because I see the Dune series as almost a dystopic potential future of mankind, not utopic.
We likely will have some of that technology on those ships as well, in addition to what our warships have. I'm talking about commercial shipping.
Yeah.
So the balance is coming into play, and we've seen it in Ukraine, and we'll see it here.
Yeah.
And a lot of these drones have been defeated, obviously. I mean, the casualties are incredibly light.
Yeah.
On the U.S. side, on the Israeli side, and also, fortunately, with our allies on these bases. Now, we are expending, in the beginning, some missiles, very expensive missiles, to defeat a very cheap drone.
Exactly.
But this
Yeah, like the
capability
tune
is
of
rising.
$3 to $4 million for a $35,000 drone. But hey, it's America. We just print the money from the Federal Reserve.
And that will be considerably more effective going forward.
Exactly, and the president said he wants mass production of those lower cost drones. We don't have to spend $2 million on a Tomahawk missile when they're using these $10,000 drones. But when you brought up Ukraine, it's a great point, since that's really where we saw these drones really penetrate. And the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, said this morning, new information, that his military and intelligence agency has irrefutable evidence that Russia is cooperating with Iran. Zelensky said, quote, Russia is using its own signals, intelligence and electronic intelligence capabilities, as well as part of the data obtained through cooperation with partners in the Middle East. General, how is Russia helping Iran in your view? Is it undermining the United States right now?
I'm sure.
Well, certainly it is. I mean, clearly, this is their partner. The Iranians built a manufacturing factory for Shahed drones. These are the drones that Russia has been attacking the people in Ukraine with. I mean, by the thousands. This is a Shahed drone. And obviously they're helping them. They are giving them intelligence. The intelligence is most likely valuable as we move our ships around. And, for various reasons.
And China too,
and
right?
The stationary targets the Iranians are familiar with. But the movement of the ships they're giving them, and they're also giving them other intelligence they pick up through signals intelligence, monitoring nets, monitoring penetrating internet, the routine things that the United States does with adversaries. Certainly Russia has the capability. This is their partner. But we got to remember, they are aligned with Iran, they're aligned with China, and they're aligned with North Korea. And they represent the most significant challenge to the United States since World War II. And we got to understand who's who here.
Yeah.
Russia is a partner.
People need to realize that Iran is the buffer between the United States and the Western powers to have a southern flank against Russia. And this is the reason why Russia is so in bed with Syria and Iran. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen. Collagen will help to remodel your joints. If you're older and you're starting to get arthritis, this will help. If you have arthritis because of sports, this will also help with that. Collagen, what it'll do is help to remodel the joint in the cartilage in the cushioning of the joint. Now it does it a few different ways. It helps to use collagen type 2 to remodel the cartilage, and also glucosamine. It also helps to remodel the cushioning of the joint by using ACAN and chondroitin. It'll help to reduce the pain by blocking EP4, and it will inhibit the enzymes that erode the joint, which are MMP3 and MMP13. So take this every day to help to remodel the joint. And it's important to do some exercising of that joint, light exercising, and you slowly build it up, right? So what you want to do is the point of flexing or extension of the joint, depending on what the problem is. You want to get to the point of pain and then go a little bit more and hold it for maybe, 10, 20 seconds. And do that twice a day. And then you slowly open up the joint more and more and more until it's fully extended or fully flexed. And then once you do that, and it's going to take time, but then you use really light weights, super light weights. And you do the same thing up to the point of pain, a little bit more, and count to 20. And you slowly rebuild and strengthen the joint. And you do that continuously throughout the days and the weeks and the months and maybe even years, but you will be able to remodel the joint. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now you want to, the caveat is that you want to take care of the joint health before the complete erosion of the cartilage and the cushioning of the joint. Because if you get complete cartilage erosion, then you're talking about surgery. But if you catch it early, you can remodel the joint. So it's really important there. Now, I think it's really important with everything that is going on in the world to sit back and look at what's really important. What's really important in this world. So let's listen to Jacob Rees-Mogg. And he's talking about something super important that everyone in the world needs to know. Can the monarchy survive Andrew, Harry, and Meghan? Because everyone needs to know.
Monarchy matters. It's really important to who we are as a country, what we are as a country, our link to our history, the sacramental nature of monarchy, a link to Christianity as well as to our constitution. And our monarchs over the centuries, indeed over more than centuries, over well over 1,000 years, have been a force of stability and good. But monarchies are always dependent upon individuals, and in recent weeks and months, indeed over the last few years, there have been terrible problems besetting the monarchy. The royal family has not been at the heart of the nation in the way that it normally is, because things have detracted from it. This, of course, includes the former Prince Andrew and the current Duke of Sussex, Prince Harry, and his wife, the Duchess of Sussex, Princess Harry, if you want to call her that. They have not helped the monarchy. Indeed, they have both done, in their different ways, damage. The scandal involving the former Prince Andrew is of an enormous magnitude, and the desertion, really, the giving up of duty by the Duke of Sussex, undermines an institution that depends upon duty. That is what it's for.
I made the mistake when I was CLO and this thing first popped, is that I thought that I would just need to bring in the AI separately from all the applications that I already had invested in.
Duty. That is what it's for, what it's about. Why do you go and fight for king and country? Because you believe that the king matters and that the king will do his duty. And the king, of course, does do his duty. And this is really the important point, that whereas the peripheries of the royal family, those who are gradually descending down the places of succession, falling in the line, have done the monarchy no favours, are in a degree of disgrace, the monarchy itself is sound with the king, with King Charles. He is amazingly active, carries out his duties and his constitutional responsibilities in spite of considerable ill health. He's, as we all know.
You know what the King of England should be doing, even though it's a constitutional monarchy and blah, 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 right? Look at the weakness of Starmer. The king should rise up, get in front of the people and say, I'm taking control. This country is going to shit because the borders are out of control. No one knows what a Englishman is anymore. London has fallen. And Parliament is completely dysfunctional. And he just takes back the monarchy. I mean, it's unbelievable. This is the reason why parliamentary systems don't work.
Terrible bout of cancer, but yet has struggled on, and he will go later this year to the United States of America to remind them of what a happy land it was when George III reigned and was their king. There may be many of them who would like our king to be their king too. He seems rather good at being head of state, does it with a certain style, dignity, panache, diplomatic success. But it has to be said, has not been true of every.
What England really needs is a constitutional republic, not a constitutional monarchy. They need to really get rid of the monarchy. I mean, now, of course, I'm coming from an American point of view. So sorry about that. But in the short run, it probably would help the British to actually have a real leader that cares about their history and to stop the crazy train of Starmer.
American president. So he does that brilliantly well, but the air is crucial. And here I think there has been such good news in recent days. Little things. I may be one of the very few people who reads the court circular. I may be in a minority of people who knows what the court circular is. It's a paper produced by the palace every day, listing what members of the royal family have been doing. Started in the Georgian period because people were complaining that false stories were printed about the king and the royal family, and they wanted to ensure that the truth was put out. And every day, the Times and the Daily Telegraph print the court circular, and it lists the king's engagements, it lists the engagements of the Prince of Wales, and indeed of the Princess of Wales, of the Queen, of the Duke of Kent, of the Duke of Gloucester, and enormously, of course, of the Princess Royal. These get listed, and they are routine engagements. They visit places, they go and see people, they award honours, they hold investitures. The king sees ambassadors hours before they go, greets those coming from other countries, from foreign countries, receives their credentials. But in recent years, there was little activity from the Prince of Wales in the court circular, possibly because, of course, his wife had been so ill, and so on. But at the end of the year, it looked as if he was not doing as much as his relations, particularly as his aunt, the Princess Royal, and his father, the king, struggling through ill health, as I mentioned. But now, if you look at it, the Prince of Wales seems to be doing quite a lot of engagements. He has suddenly become much busier. And that's very important because the court circular is the formal notification of events. It reassures people when the tables of royal activity are drawn up that the Prince of Wales is active, which people want to see. As the late Queen supposedly said, she had to be seen to be believed. And therefore, if people see the Prince of Wales, their support for the monarchy will increase. And the other piece of excellent news is that the Prince of Wales has affirmed his Christian faith. This monarchy, our monarchy, is a Christian monarchy, or it is nothing. The king is an anointed king. He is anointed.
Now think about that.
Way.
Think about that. Do you think, now I believe in the separation of church and state. I'm an American, all right? And we know better in America. But the thing is that, do you think that the monarchy can live with this over immigration flow of Islam into the country? Do you think that they are copacetic? Do you think they can live together? The very definition of the monarchy says otherwise. So if you have Starmer that's leading the country and allows for the caliphate to take hold and allow London to fall, then isn't he directly trying to overthrow the monarchy? I'm just putting that out there. So maybe the King of England needs to take a page out of Machiavelli and say, you know what? The bullshit's going to end, and take charge of the situation. Now, if he really wants to be like George Washington, he would fix the situation, strengthen the country, step down, and allow for a constitutional republic. But of course, the King of England wouldn't do that because George Washington was special.
King David was anointed. There is an incredible religious continuity of anointing. Other than the Pope himself, he is the last anointed European monarch. The King of France, the King of Spain would historically have been anointed, but they are not anymore. The King of France is no longer occupying his throne. King of England is still anointed in a ceremony of great antiquity. Even the ceremony of St. Dunstan, when he anointed King Edgar in Bath Abbey in the 10th century, was a continuation of an existing tradition. And it is where the monarchy has that special sacramental sense of being touched by God. I'm not talking about the divine right of kings. I'm not saying that they get all their decisions right, or that we should go back to the days of Charles I and have an absolutist monarchy. I'm saying that there is a special relationship between God and his king. And his king is anointed. It is, in a sense, a mark on the soul, in the same way as the Catechism tells us that for those of us who are baptized and confirmed, baptism and confirmation leave a mark on the soul of a particular kind.
Now, with all this history background, you really think that England is going to be copacetic with such a flow of Islam and the Muslims to allow for a caliphate to take hold? You interview, let's just say randomly, 20 Brits in England, and I'm willing to bet that they're going to say the England that they were born in is totally different, that their culture is being eroded. The same thing's happening in France. Now, the problem with France is that they don't really have a stable government, even though they overthrew the monarchy, all right, and the aristocracy. But they're in kind of almost a perpetual kind of almost like destruction of their government. They don't have any continuity. If things aren't going right, they'll just dissolve it. Well, no, you gotta, continue on. That's the reason why you have term limits. The answer is what we're doing in the United States. So France will always be a failure because of this. But England is at a point where if they don't take hold of their history, if they don't take hold of their DNA, of their culture, they're going to lose it. They're going to lose it. And then it'll be a gigantic mosque built right at Parliament. So instead of thinking about Churchill, we'll fight in the land, we'll fight in the fields, we'll fight in the hills, we'll never surrender. No, you're going to have to start hearing the sounds early in the morning of call to prayer from an imam.
But to have that, Mark, you have to believe in it. You can't think it's all false. So the reassertion, or the assertion, because I don't think we had heard it before, by the Prince of Wales that though he may be quiet about his faith, it is there, is very reassuring that he is capable of holding the post of an anointed monarch.
When you picture the future of work, what do you see? We see Ayala. I grew up in Brazil and I was always fascinated by technology.
I'll take it one step further. What Mogg is saying is really important. Rees Mogg is saying here. William, Prince William, he really has kind of, he's not an atheist, but he's not a religious individual, all right? He really puts his religion in a second or third category of importance in his life. And this is an Achilles heel for the nation. Because being agnostic or being atheist is exactly what the Muslims want the Western society to go. Because that opens up the porosity of the society. Oh, it's okay. We are all multicultural. Oh, it's okay. It's relativism. We live in a postmodern society. Oh, there's no such thing as right and wrong. There's no such thing as good and bad. There's no such thing as angels and demons. There's no such thing. It's all postmodern. Everything's relative. But yet, the Islamic faith is not relativism. It's absolutism. It's very parochial. But they want to set the seeds in a society that is relativistic. And then as they grow and germinate and take over, they start to project their rule. And it's not relativism anymore. But the caliphate needs the soil of relativism to flourish. But then it changes. It changes to the point where it's now very parochial. So the only way to fight this, encroachment, is to stop postmodernism and to state that it's about saving the culture that's being invaded. Now, this is, what can we learn from history? The Crusades. If the Christians didn't lose the Crusades, we wouldn't have the problem that we have today in the Middle East. They lost. Now, there is an opportunity to push back. But you have so much of Western culture now believing in this bullshit in philosophy of postmodernism, of relativism. Everything's okay. You see it rampantly with the libtards. Postmodernism is bad. So, getting back to Prince Williams, even though the monarchy should be abolished, but getting back to Prince Williams, him reaffirming his stance on religion and opening up is a good sign to trying to erode some of the inroads of postmodernism. Because if you have a future king in England stating that culture is really important, the history is really important, the affinity of the monarchy to its religion is important, then that may be the backstop to saving the culture. But if he elevates to the kingship, Prince William elevates to the kingship, and he's aligned with postmodernism, England's done. It's done. Now, London's already fallen. It could be taken back. But it takes leaders. It takes individuals that ignite the fire within them that is Machiavellian, that's Caesarish, that is like Caesar, that you fuck with me, I'm going to kill you. That's what we need to stop this encroachment. Now, will William be a pacifist and let London fall and the rest of England? Or will he actually somehow galvanize the history of the country, tap into that energy, and push back? Because what's happening in the world is a battle of civilizations. Postmodernism failed. It failed miserably. Socialism failed miserably. Communism failed miserably.
Monarch. And so, yes, there remains noise about Andrew, and there may be more noise. I better not go into it too much because of the sub judice rules. and he is entitled to a fair trial as much as anybody else if it gets to that stage. And the point of innocence until proved guilty applies to the mighty as well as to the weak. The Duke of Sussex, who continues with his American adventure, though I happen to think the British people would welcome him back warmly if he ever changed his mind. Those are distractions. They are not fundamental. Fundamental, King, Prince of Wales, and Prince George. We have a king who does his duty, who is driven by duty, who works harder than most people of his age would even dream of doing, who fulfills what he was born to do. And Prince of Wales is now showing he is following in that route, along his father's footsteps, and let's hope Prince George does the same. Because the strength of a constitutional monarchy is the monarch accepting, in a sense, the dullness of the role, the limitations of the role, that they are in tramlines all for which they cannot get. They have to do things they do not want to do. They are not allowed to do things they might quite like to do. That is the essence of a constitutional monarchy, that they have that special place, that special link, that divinely sanctioned role through their anointing of the coronation. And how reassuring it is that the Prince of Wales is showing that he is doing his job through the court circular. It's not to say he wasn't doing it before, but he is now showing it, and he's affirming his faith, his Christian faith. God bless the Prince of Wales. God save the King. As always, thank you for watching, and you can see behind me now the sun is out, that I'm on a small roof terrace with the Victoria Tower behind me, a reminder of a great and noble queen who reigned over this country so successfully from 1837 to 1901. Thank you as always for watching.
There's a battle of civilization that's taking place. We're seeing it in the Iran war. We're seeing what the Israelis have to do in the Middle East. If we don't rise up to the occasion, Western culture will lose. And this is just not a modern phenomenon. This happened during the Crusades. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60. This is 1,000 times more potent than vitamin C as an antioxidant. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. You can get it in a 2-ounce, a 4-ounce, or an 8-ounce configuration. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, and MCT coconut oil. C60 has to be in an oil for proper absorption. Now, you take this every day, a teaspoon a day. It's going to help with your cardiovascular health. It's going to help with your neurons. It's going to help to boost up your immune system, your endocrine system, rev up energy levels in the cell, and reduce stress in your tissues. So it's really important to take, and it helps with your skin because it improves the basal layer. Please go to my store, get the C60, take it every day. I've been doing this as a protocol since 2016. So 10 years, every day. All right. So you want to look like Alex Jones, who's actually younger than I am? Or do you want to look like DrPaulCottrell? It's obvious the protocol works. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for listening. That's the end of my broadcast. We are at a crossroad. That crossroad is a battle of civilizations. Now, if we want to pick postmodernism, we will lose. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.